Good afternoon. We're now on the record. It is 12 p.m. noon on Thursday, March 13th, 2025. This is a joint technical conference before the Colorado Public Utilities Commission and proceeding number 24A-0442E, Public Service Company's Just Transition Solicitation, and proceeding number 24A-0547E, the company's distribution system plan. Thanks to the company and everyone else for participating. I'm Eric Blank, the PUC chair. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record, starting with Commissioner Gilman?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Hey there, Commissioner Tom Plant.
Thanks. We scheduled this joint technical conference to allow the Commission and parties to have more transparency regarding certain critical forecasts, models, and other issues associated with a company's filing in both proceedings. It is our hope that while we're focused on Commissioner questions today, interveners in both proceedings can use the discussion in this technical conference to inform and improve their ongoing advocacy in both these cases through discovery, testimony, and at the evidentiary hearing. Through a set of decisions in both cases issued on March 7th, 2025, we clarified the procedures for today's conference and adopted an initial agenda. As a reminder to the parties, the agenda comprises the following 6 categories. First, EVs and managed charging. Second, beneficial electrification. Third, large new loads such as data centers. Fourth, the 8760 process for peak load forecasts and load seer. Fifth, the long-term residential customer rate analysis. And sixth, a final miscellaneous category. If we take breaks or the need for a confidential session arises, we may need to move certain agenda items or specific confidential sessions to later in the day. If we do conduct a confidential session, the company will need to help us confirm that the parties in attendance are proper. But we appreciate that the company may have coordinated with a preliminary list to help the legal assistance. On this note, we ask that the company let us know and confirm with the legal assistance if there are individuals who might need screen sharing capabilities at the outset of each category's discussion. Since this is a technical conference for presentation and clarifications from the company, we do not need entries of appearance. But for clarity of the record, I would like to ask the company to provide a list of the people who will be presenting. But before I do that, why don't I turn it over to my colleagues and see if you guys have anything to say. Commissioner Gilman.
Thank you. Yeah, very much. Looking forward to the discussion today, to learning more about the basis and impacts of the forecasting. And especially important given the significant uptake. Sorry, it's a long day already. The significant uptake that we're seeing in the forecasted values and really understanding the bases of those. So looking forward to it and appreciate all those joining for the preparation and in advance for your answers today.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to the discussion today. I think it'll be really beneficial for certainly all of us to get a little bit of a preview about how some of the modeling works and what the differences are between some of the different terminology that's used, but also really valuable for the other parties that are participating in the proceeding to hear the clarifications on how certain situations are modeled and how they're handled, and I think that'll really help to inform our hearing in I guess May. Is that when we have our hearing? May.
I don't think so. I think it's later, but
June.
Right. Yeah, wildfire mitigation.
Different one in May.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough, it's going to be an interesting summer. So with that, I don't know who's leading the discussion for the company, whether it's Mr. Eiley or Mr. Lush. And Mr. Eiley, if you would first, thanks for doing this. And second, if you would introduce the people from the company, that'd be great.
Yeah, happy to do so. And first, thank you for the opportunity. Also want to thank the commission for willingness to flex the dates as people were heading into pre-planned spring breaks and whatnot. As this was better, we certainly recognize that this provides you a bit fewer hours. We aim to be efficient, and we aim to be informative. Happy to provide the list of representatives. In fact, we have a set of slides that we're planning to draw on as appropriate throughout the day. And I don't know if we can share that slide with the names. I'm calling my team if they're able to do that. And while they're doing that, I wanted to mention, and if they can, I will. I wanted to mention, if it's at the commission's pleasure, we were suggesting that Mr. Steve Martz, who's Vice President of Integrated Planning, he had one slide to kind of frame our generation and distribution planning. We'd suggest that he could spend about 5 minutes on that up front, but that's at your pleasure. And then when we get to the fourth topic, the 8760 realm, at the commission's request, we do have a load seer demo spooled up for you. We also were planning or hoping, I should say, to present about 4 slides, again, about 5 minutes for Mr. Dave Mino in advance of that to kind of help frame out our distribution system planning process. So
that sounds great. So it sounds like hopefully we figured out the slide sharing, or if we can make Mr. Eiley the host.
I'll share it if we need to.
That'd be great.
It's a bit of a lengthy list. I will say that, and we've endeavored to simplify it.
And Mr. Eiley, I don't know if we have the same list. I tried to make everybody I could find from public service a co-host, but if I've missed anyone, please let me know if I've missed them, and I'm happy to make anyone needed a co-host.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing, Mr. Eiley, apologies to step in on you. I think Mr. Cowan, Neil Cowan, would be helpful to get him sharing access. I don't believe he has that right now.
Yeah.
In any event, we can move
That
forward.
would be extremely helpful because he was planning to kind of bring slides up as the various representatives called on them. But to the immediate,
Sorry,
oh, sorry.
is that with a C or a K?
Yes, ma'am.
See,
COWAN.
All done.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just starting here, and then I think I'll leave it to Mr. Cowan after this. This is our list of individuals. Do you need them read into the record? Is that what we're looking for here?
yeah, you might just go down the list quickly.
Sure. Just as a brief introduction, we've tried to lay this out across your stated agenda. Identify the leads by area, because there's in each area there's a lead. In one area we have 2 leads, and then there are 2 or 3 supporting folks as well. So if you go across the columns, that should hopefully give you a good guide throughout the day. But with that, I am Jack Eiley, JACKIHLE. Do you need me to spell all of these? I can do it. Okay.
Nah, if you could just read through them.
Okay. Next, we will have Mr. Steve Martz. Next, Mr. John Goodenough. Mr. John Jon Landrum. Mr. Tom Bailey. Mr. David Mino. Ms. Brenda McDermott. Mr. Zach Pollock. Ms. Deb Irwin. Mr. Chris Allen. Mr. Mark Schoenheider. Mr. Sean White. Mr. Michael Bliss. Mr. Travis Whalen. Mr. Jeff Knighton. Mr. Andrew Wilson. Mr. Brian with a Y Davis. And that's all.
Well, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Do you want to turn to Mr. Martz for the planning overview?
Yes, I think Mr. Cowan is sharing Mr. Martz's initial slide in a moment.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Nice to see you. And like Mr. Riley said, thank you for the opportunity. Just want to do a quick audio check. Am I coming through?
You are. We can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Blank and Commissioners Gilman and Plant. So we constructed this slide just to provide a little bit of an anchoring for this afternoon's conversation. We certainly hear the commission's questions loud and clear, and certainly empathize with the role that you guys have to play in terms of helping or needing to understand the cases. There's obviously a lot of content in the cases. There's a variety of extremely esoteric topics embedded within both. And so I certainly empathize with the need to bring these technical concepts together and kind of understand the interplay between the two. So that's what this slide endeavors to do at a high level. However, like Mr. Riley said, we prepared a series of witnesses to steer the conversation with you where you all would like to go. The goal, as I see it for today, is to provide transparency into how this is working. Again, I know that this commission's concern has been on this question of how are we integrating. I'm here to provide that high level discussion on how that works. And again, to kind of reiterate my role, Excel Energy is I'm the Vice President of Integrated Planning, which means that I have oversight and direct oversight of our resource transmission, generation, distribution, and gas planning areas. So a lot of these things, concepts that we're putting forward in the Just Transition Plan, as well as the DSP and other proceedings, are directly coming from my team. So to get to the topics at hand here with the JTS or JTP, as well as the distribution system plan, there's basically a high level idea of a Venn diagram here. And when I think about how you construct system plans, there's kind of like three broad buckets of work that fits in those buckets. The first is on forecasts, inputs, and assumptions, right? So that's kind of like what you put into the models. And there's a variety of categories, and there's an ingredients list, if you will, to the recipe for creating a system plan. And there's certainly commonality to that. However, there are nuances in terms of what these system plans do, and we'll talk in detail about that. But there's kind of the inputs and assumptions section. The next section, the second third of the grouping of work that goes into a system plan is really around like what are the tools that we use to solve for the system plans, this architecture, and our model outputs. And I think it warrants recognition that not all of our models and our system tool sets that we use necessarily solve for the same things. So I think this commission and our interveners are very aware, like, Encompass is a branded name that we use for resource planning. That solves to a very different output than, say, the power flow models that we use to construct our distribution system plan. So the way I kind of think about that, and this is just an illustrative example to talk about, there's this broad set of tools in the middle, and we use them for different reasons. Encompass solves to meet capacity needs for the system, but also has embedded in it a algorithm which solves to economic production costing, as well as an economic selection of resources based on various inputs and assumptions, what we provided in terms of load profiles, weather profiles, and things like that. I'll juxtapose that to a power flow model, which is like what we use in a distribution system plan. That is looking at a more technical analysis, looking at power flow across the system based on conductor capacity, capacity of components within our system. And essentially what that is doing is it's kind of balancing in versus out, meaning how much supply are you feeding a grid? What's the customer demand on it? And then it's looking for basically system violations. And then what our engineers would do is they would look at that and look for solutions, which I'll talk about more in a second. So the point of that is to say, there's not really like an economic solutioning that occurs within like a power flow model. So again, happy to provide more detail, but I just want to offer that up as a high level kind of, axiomatic way to think about, the differences in the tool sets that we use and kind of that second bucket. And then the third bucket is kind of the output as well as the solutioning of it. And that's where I think we've made a lot of progress in terms of evolving as an integrated planning organization. And a little bit of what's on the slide here. So I've been in this role for 3 years, and I think there's been a great evolution in terms of how we're thinking across all of our commodities, come up with the best solutions. And I've seen us really modify our planning processes to do more as part of our system plans to better embed transmission with generation planning. I see as kind of an evolution. If you go back several vintages in our resource plans, the level of transmission analysis was very high level. We had some high level understanding of how generation impacted transmission needs. And the history, as I see, is we've slowly but surely increased the level of analysis. Where you look at what we did with the JTS, we conducted an entirely new and holistic evaluation, looking at multiple scenarios, stuff that we've never done in the past, multiple scenarios, looking at different potential outcomes on the system, looking for specific stresses to answer the question, what would have to be true on the transmission system to get to certain penetration rates of things like DERs, or distributed batteries, or certain types of load profiles. And so I think that we've demonstrated a pretty consistent evolution there of doing more with our proceedings. And then on the distribution system planning side, I think we've also evolved our solution set there to encompass demand side management, demand response. A lot of these things are in our forecasts as well. And so we'll talk about that in more detail throughout the course of the afternoon. But again, these are things that we're offering into the solution sets of our planning engineers. And so that way, when we're solving for things like system violations due to power flow, we're no longer just looking at this with the tool set of, do I make the conductor bigger or not? We're looking at, multiple solution sets and constructing a portfolio around how we can solve some of these system challenges. And again, we brought that forward to this commission in the form of demand side management and demand response proceedings. We recently filed our VPP tariff. We've done a lot with NPAs. We've put that out in energy filing out there, and more things like that. So getting back to the visual here, if you think about the just transition plan, what I think about are the core elements of what that case is about. Is we've put forward a new planning reserve margin and resource accreditation construct. We deployed what we feel is one of the best consultants in the industry to help us evaluate that objectively, especially in light of a high renewable system. We've done a lot to move ourselves to scenario-based forecasting. I think we've proven that both in the distribution system plan as well as the just transition plan. Like I said before, there's a lot of commonality for those, and I think we're actually fortunate. We filed those two plans in very close proximity to one another, and so again, we're able to show you the detail in terms of how these things are linked, and how an EV forecast in one proceeding is linked to the EV forecast in another. So I think we can demonstrate that commonality. And like I said before, right, we've done a lot to overhaul how we look proactively at our transmission plan to really understand different stress cases. And then again, I'm kind of reiterating here, but we're opening up the solution sets. We intentionally designed and pursued, we called it an ADER, but I think the colloquial term that's kind of come to fruition here is we call it VPPs, just to use a broad term. We intentionally created very heavy VPP based scenarios, so we as the company could really understand where our customers going with their energy use, where's policy going, and how do we best align with those. So I feel that the scenarios we put forward in JTP as well as the DSP are very aligned to those scenarios, and there's a lot of commonality between the two. So I'll pause there and open myself up for questions, but those were the opening remarks that I wanted to provide to you all to kind of help frame up the afternoon and to give you a sense of where we're coming from, how we thought about conducting these filings, and things that we've done. And I'll concede maybe it's not always transparent to you guys, but the things that we've done to challenge ourselves to bring more commonality to the filings.
So just want to say appreciate it, and seems like we're making progress on the tools we're using and how we better integrate the planning processes. Maybe I'll go first on the EVs and managed charging. And I think I want to focus on the distribution system planning and more specifically on the company's supplemental direct testimony variance motion and some of the sort of background planning issues around it. We're not going to decide that today. We haven't heard from the parties. I certainly haven't been fully briefed, but I just do have some questions that it raises. And I'll just start with the 75% of rated line capacity constraint. It sounds like from that motion, that's something the company has been using for years and not something new. Is that correct? And do you know if other utilities use it, and which utilities that 75% constraint on rated line capacity? So I don't know, Mr. Martz, if that's you or somebody else.
Yeah, and just to clarify too, I think you'll see a mixture of Mr. Eiley and myself. Our goal here again is to be transparent with you all. So we'll help kind of play air traffic controller, make sure we've got the right people answering the right questions. So just would ask for a little bit of grace to ensure that we're getting you guys the right folks.
So, absolutely, and we appreciate you turning out the whole team. So thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Chairman. So with that, I'll ask Mr. David Mino to come on camera. And David's our distribution system planning manager for the state of Colorado, and Dave's an expert in this area. So thanks, Dave.
Of course, yeah. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Yeah, I appreciate the question. Yes, the 75% design criteria has been in place by the company for some time now. This is not something that's new right now. I think what is new in this case is that the more proactive approach we are taking for our distribution investment to keep the feeders near at that threshold to increase our operational flexibility. We have some slides pulled up here to dive more into what the 75% design criteria really is. But first, I think it's really important to note that the 75% planned load limit is not a planning reserve margin. We still allow assets to be loaded up to 100% of their continuous rating. This is really in place to help us trigger and identify when new capital projects are needed to ensure that we have sufficient lead time to design, procure, and construct a given project to make sure that it's in place by the time that the system needs it to be. Ultimately, this is an engineering and integrated design parameter that is based on the ratings of our substations and distribution equipment. And it's also how we plan our distribution system to handle emergencies and contingencies. As you can see on this slide here, this is an illustrative example of our standard distribution substation configuration. Our standard bank sizes have a nameplate rating of 50 MVA. Those 50 MVA substation transformers serve 5 distribution feeders. So you can see below how these different ratings align with the rating of the asset. That 75% criteria allows us on a 13.2 kV system, which is the vast majority of our distribution system here in Colorado. That 75% gets us around 10.2 MVA per feeder, which if you look at all 5 feeders aligns with the nameplate rating. As you look at higher utilization rates, and ultimately, like I mentioned before, we do allow these feeders to be loaded up to 100%. But as we increase the loading on each of these distribution feeders, we start to chew into different ratings for these substation transformers that are really meant to be operated at shorter durations before we start damaging the equipment. So this right here really just illustrates that as we plan our system to 75%, we're really trying to align our overall substation transformer equipment, how many feeders are served by those distribution feeders, which aligns with that 75% based on how we rate our distribution system. If we go to the next slide, it helps us illustrate a little bit more about how we use this 75% criteria to plan for contingencies on the distribution system. So on a 13.2 kV system, that 75% criteria equates to 450 amps, since we plan our system to a 600 amp continuous rating. And our standard distribution design is really to have 3 distribution feeder ties with adjacent feeders to support our distribution system in terms of outages, whether that's planned maintenance or if there's equipment failure or public damage to our system. By utilizing that 75% criteria, it allows us, if there's a fault close to the head of the circuit, it allows us to transfer a third of that distribution feeder to each of those adjacent feeders. And at most, those would be loaded to around 600 amps, which is that 100% continuous rating. So this allows us to ride out that fault indefinitely to allow our system to be operating at or below the 100% continuous rating, so we don't have to worry about damaging equipment, reducing asset health or lifespan. So these two criteria, as well, pretty simplified here in this diagram, are foundational to where that 75% planning criteria comes into play. This planning design is integrated across all of our operating companies here at Excel, so all 8 states. Yeah, I believe that was answering your question. Happy to kind of dig in any nuances that you may have associated with that.
All right, well, appreciate that. And I get that for purposes of determining the capital spending, relaxing that constraint could be difficult. But putting aside the 75%, regarding our request to look at a lower sales growth and flattened load shape scenario, is the company saying in your motion that you can't do that for technical reasons beyond looking at 7 specific investments? Did I understand that motion correctly?
That's correct. So the challenge really lies in our LoadSeer platform, which is a living model that we continually update throughout the year, adding new capacity checks that are approved on the distribution system, as well as updating our assumptions that are inherent to how we plan the distribution system. The way that LoadSeer currently works is we're not able to just roll back to the assumptions that were used for a given scenario that we developed. So unfortunately, we're not able to rerun the entire LoadSeer forecast with those new assumptions baked into it. So what we were proposing in the variance was to evaluate a subset of projects that we feel are representative of the overall distribution system based on breakdown of customer types served by these assets, location of these assets. It allows us to take a smaller sample size and manually recompute what the forecast would be for those given assets based on the changing assumptions of those load curves.
Ms. Federico, can you pull up the graph I sent you? And let me represent to you that this is just something our team pulled together from the peak demand day in 2035 based on the 8,760 matrices you sent us. Did you get that, Ms.? There it is. Yeah, can you see that, Mr. Mina?
I can, yes.
So I guess I'm just struggling. Why is it appropriate to assume that all these water heaters, heat pumps, and EVs charge at the peak demand period, you know, really between 8:30 and 10:30 in the evening? You know, it just seems like over the next 10 years, aren't we going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars and set up time of use and other rates to better manage and flatten this load shape? So if you can help me understand why this is, I guess as I understand it now, the only basis for the capital spending that's possible to look at in this case in a reasonable time frame.
Yeah, so the load curve that we're looking at for the water heater and electric vehicles, these are based on actual use, especially the electric water heaters, actual usage of a representative few that we have installed on the distribution system today using the actual customer usage data. I will say that from the distribution plan perspective, we are using the forecast through 2034, and the influence of these technologies, especially the electric water heaters, really becomes more impactful later on outside of that 10-year horizon where we're actually using to plan the distribution system and what that investment is based on. So, you know, I do think that, and that's something we're going to look at with those 7 representative projects is looking at a more flattened electric water heater usage for residential water heaters to look at what the impact will be on the forecast for those distribution assets that support those technologies, how that impacts the risks associated with those assets over time, and ultimately how that drives a need for those individual projects that are representing those subset of assets. So yeah, I do think that, and again, our distribution process is an annual process that we continually make improvements upon and do on an annual cadence to make sure that the information that we're using is reflective of what we truly anticipate the adoption and performance of these technologies to be, and ultimately how that drives the needs of the distribution system from an investment standpoint.
So wait, yeah, go ahead.
May I chime in?
Yeah.
Yes, I want to buttress Dave's response. I'm actually going to ask two additional folks to come on camera because I think it will get more into the heart of that question that you're seeking. So Zach Pollock and John Goodenough, if you guys could come on, please, and add on to Dave's response to the chairman's question. I think there's two pieces here, which is one in depth on how we really see customer demand materializing as a result of economic signals. I think that's in the spirit of what you're getting at, Chairman. And then Mr. Pollock can provide a little bit additional detail on the planning process as it pertains to the tool aspect of it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Good, John.
I'll start talking about kind of the load shape that we see here, and then I might reach out to somebody from our DSM team to provide a little bit more detail if it's of interest. So we will talk quite a bit today about the commonalities and the assumptions that went into the JTS and the DSP. This is one of the differences. There is a different water heater shape in the JTS than what we have in the DSP. And it's really a matter of what was available when the forecast was developed. So this water heater shape that you see here is based on, as Dave said, an individual unit. That was the shape that was used in the 2023 DSM filing. The JTS shape is based on the 24 to 26 DSM filing, which does have a flatter shape.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Plant. I had a quick question. When you say water heater shape, are you talking about what's labeled here as BE?
Yes. Good clarification. So the spikes in the BE are being driven by water heating.
I guess I'm just struggling. Well, I'm just struggling with litigating a decision about spending substantial capital with this as the sole or primary forecast, which just intuitively it seems like we can collectively do better. And was unhappy to see that we're not going to get a revised capital forecast looking at a flatter load shape. But so just can you help me address why this is intuitively likely to happen this way and why we can't do better?
Yeah, if I may, Chair, I think all the evidence we have today of the deployment and usage on our system reflects the load shape that you see here. Certainly, there's opportunities in the future to reduce and flatten that load. But I want to reiterate Mr. Mino's point that we're not really seeing impacts until the mid-2030s as far as this peak potentially driving the need for additional projects. I think the other caution I would provide here is that in order to understand the impact of that load on our distribution system, Mr. Mino's team looks at every individual asset we have from a substation transformer bank and feeder perspective, and he compares the aggregate load shape from 25 different types of load shapes, depending on the makeup of the feeder, whether it's residential, commercial, et cetera. And we compare that overall aggregate load shape as well as existing load and known load that we gather through our capacity check process against the existing headroom that we have in our feeders. So it's a little bit cautionable to infer that this peak here may actually be driving an investment, because the reality is that we see a pretty good amount of headroom in our residential feeders in these hours. I don't know if Mr. Miner would like to add anything there, but just wanted to point out that it's difficult to draw that conclusion from solely just looking at the load shape. You really need to compare it against the overall load shape of the feeder, inclusive of the existing load and the headroom on the feeder.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
This is just showing the additional load, but as Zach mentioned, we look at over 800 distribution feeders, each with their own unique existing load profile, as well as 275 distribution substation transformers, again, each with their own unique load profile. So most of these are summer peaking assets where we have margin of capacity to absorb winter electrification demand such as this. So I don't know that it's fair to say that this is driving the investment. I think this is driving some of the growth, but it's not necessarily triggering overloads based on just this information here.
So I guess historically, distribution spending has been, roughly 500 million, and now it seems to be quickly doubling to $1 billion. Can you help us understand what's driving that, if not this load shape?
Happy to, Chair. I'll take the first shot at that and then defer to Mr. Mino if he wants to add any additional details. So I think you see the change in spending being a reflection of two practices. One is the recognition to move to more proactive planning philosophy. In the company's first distribution system plan, we used a much more incremental forecasting process. Part of that was where we were as a company with the tools that we had available to us. So partly what you're seeing here is the incorporation of the new load forecaster tool, or load tier forecasting tool rather. That tool gives us the ability not just to understand existing loads and historical patterns of adoption of load, but it allows us to marry socioeconomic data, geographic and geospatial data, and actually develop a forecast at the individual premise level of forecasted adoption in the future of specific load modifying DERs. That process, which we've seen a lot of other utilities and commissions explore, inherently adds more load to the forecast than you'd see under a more incremental forecast that's based upon a reflection of historical trends. The second piece of that is the company's effort to move more towards that 75% planning threshold. As Mr. Mino said before, that doesn't necessarily operate like a planning reserve margin where every project above 75% gets loaded into the capital budget. There is a prioritization process where we look at the most critical projects that have the highest amount of risk that we solve for. So it's not sort of a blanket, but I would argue that the combination of those two factors is driving a lot of the increase that you're seeing in terms of the company's capacity budget in the broader distribution budget.
And other than looking at only 7 specific projects, is there any way this commission can get a handle on what happens if, load growth is slower than what you're projecting, or the load shape is different than what you're projecting?
I'm not sure I can fully prepare to answer that right now. I would say that, before the commission right now is really the next 5 years of investment that this DSP covers. And I think specifically the 2 years that are a consideration for the Grid Modernization Adjustment Clause rider. So perhaps isolating the request to focus on the near term as we think about longer term solutions around managing load could be a place to start. But I know that's not a fulsome answer.
Yeah, I would also add, in our distribution system plan, the study that we did with Cavallo looked at 4 different growth scenarios. One was a pretty low adoption rate of technologies all the way up to a pretty substantial adoption. And the short-term growth outlook for all 4 of those different scenarios were in alignment, which is really what this 5-year plan is based on. So I think that gives us a good view of those what ifs in terms of how this could play out in the short term.
I have a couple more questions on EV that move to a bit of a different subject, but why don't I turn it over to you, Commissioner Gilman? Do you have questions on this, or you want me to just finish out my questions and turn it to you?
Yeah, I mean, if your questions are on EVs, I think go ahead. I was gonna save my building electrification questions until that section, but I'll have some EV questions if you want to go to yours.
Okay. Just quickly, how did the company choose the amount of EVs that have unmanaged, managed, and managed future charging in the analysis? And do you consider how customer incentive programs might influence an EV owner's charging profile?
Yeah, so I can take that one on the assumptions that were made. So to level set, kind of where we get the existing number of EVs in our territory is from vehicle registration data for the zip codes that the utility serves. And right now we currently have, it's more than 100,000 vehicles in our service territory and about 5,000 participants in the managed charging pilot program. So that's kind of our starting point. We've got, with the shapes that we're assuming for managed charging, which is informed by that managed charging pilot, we're starting at roughly 5% saturation, right? 5,000 out of the 100,000 vehicles. And then we just generally make an assumption that will increase over time. So we increased that from the current, 5% to 70% on managed charging by the end of the forecast period. At the same time, we're shifting the charging window. Maybe we can get into that a little bit later. But yeah, we're assuming that the percentage of customers on managed charging gradually increases through time up to 70%. And I see Deb coming on camera. Ms. Irwin.
Thanks. Yep, thank you. Deb Irwin here. So to the part of the question about incentives and their ability to influence customer behavior. So Mr. Goodenough was talking about our active managed charging program, the Charging Perks program. We also have a passive managed charging program that has a number of enrollments as well, around I think 10,000. And both of those have customer incentives to participate. So over time here, we are certainly expecting to see a lot more customer enrollments. And those incentives do play a big role, right? So there needs to be kind of value to the system for these programs and value to the customer for them to want to participate. And so I think over time, we'll be evolving those programs, how they work, as well as the incentives associated with them. But focusing on the incentives being a cost-effective alternative to the infrastructure build that would otherwise occur if we were not managing charging.
Just two last questions. Did you consider the possibility that some homes with EV will choose not to install a level 2 charger and instead plug the car into a standard wall outlet?
I think that's embedded in our general load shape.
Okay. In the DSP completeness filing, it seems that the company is assuming that the customer of the future has one EV and one plug-in hybrid EV, but that each car has a running demand of 7 kilowatts. This seems to suggest that the company assumes that customers will have 2 level 2 chargers, one for the EV and one for the plug-in hybrid. Is that an accurate characterization of what's going on, and is that part of the underlying forecast?
I think we're looking for Mr. Pollack or Mr. Schoenheider on that aspect. I think you're quoting from the Grid of the Future analysis, Mr. Chairman, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Schoenheider.
I can speak to the portion of that from the figure you're referencing. So, and I don't know if we did a great job of explaining this in the past, but that figure was really a illustration of what a potential customer of the future that is highly electrified could look like. It is not intended to represent the average customer or even the majority of customers, but it's trying to illustrate a customer that electrifies the vast majority of their end uses. To your direct point, the 7 kilowatt values that you mentioned, those are a typical peak or nameplate draw for an electrical vehicle charger for a level 2. Depends a little bit on the, there's some variability there. And yes, the concept is that, for that customer, potentially both EVs would be plugged in at the end of the day and both be plugged into their own charger overnight. The peak load, if you, and I believe we provided an analysis and explanation of this in the completeness filing of how that total load on the home was derived. It did not have both of those chargers running at the same time. I believe there was each of the chargers contributed something like 1 kW to the peak, which is sort of an assumption around, there would be some active managing of those chargers. I think I would turn it over to, is it Mr. Goodenough for the second half of the question? And maybe, Chairman, could you repeat the second half of the question? Or did I answer it?
We currently do not have winter or summer rate. We just have a single rating for our distribution feeders, which is based on the summer rating. down the road, we anticipate evaluating whether or not winter ratings are appropriate, especially for underground systems, which the distribution system is becoming more and more comprised of. So at this time, we have a single distribution rating for our system.
Okay. Now there are parts of your system that already peak in the winter, correct?
There are some, yes.
And then the projection is, I think it kind of depends where you look. Sometime in the 2030s, if I look across all the proceedings, as early as 2032, I think, and as late as 2039 across all the proceedings we have in front of us, when you expect to be winter peaking. And of course, that might change by like locational. So are we approaching the planning window where you need to actually be considering when these things are peaking? I mean, to what degree does that impact the allowable capacity on the assets?
Yeah, so we evaluate the loading on the distribution system on an 8760 basis for each asset, specific asset. So we're already evaluating when these assets are peaking, for how long consecutively, and throughout the entire year, to understand and quantify the risk that we're seeing on the distribution system. There's a lot of factors that go into those winter ratings, especially when you look at elevation and ambient temperature and different things like that. So, you know, it is something that, you know, I think we are considering evaluating from a more long-term perspective, but at this point, we have not looked into that.
Okay, so what you're doing right now is taking that 8760 look at what's actually happening. And if, say, it's a part of the system in the mountains that's already winter peaking, you're identifying that peak whenever that occurs. And if it's winter peaking, I'm presuming that's in cold weather in winter. But comparing that to a capacity limit that is based on summer rating.
It's based on the maybe summer rating isn't quite the appropriate way. It's based on the ambient temperature, the elevation, the construction and capabilities of each asset. The mountain system is a 25 kV system, which is inherently different than our 15 kV class system that we primarily have been speaking of here. But yeah, we do look at it in terms of how these risks are materializing, what that loading looks like throughout the entire year, and addressing them as we see fit.
Okay, but when you identify the allowable capacity of equipment, that's based on temperatures in the summer or in the winter? I'm confused.
I believe I'd have to double check. I believe it is based on summer. I think it is based on the local ambient, which is typically warmer weather, as well as wind speeds, elevation, and different inputs such as that. Yes.
Mr. Martz?
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. So, you know, just I think
you're super faint.
Is that any better? I'm a little closer to the mic.
Yes.
Yeah, just speak up.
No problem. Hopefully that's better. Please, of course, correct me if I'm inaudible again. So certainly appreciate where your line of questioning is going and agree with it. You know, I would just add on to Mr. Mino's answer that, you know, I think we also need to look at this more broadly than just the conductor itself. When you think about the DSP, and I think it's a good question. We've had a lot of internal debate about that. I would just note that the reason you're seeing kind of a difference there is there's a distribution system peak. That's that early 2030s number. There's a bulk system peak, and they're different. They're not the same. And so that's where you're seeing that later 2030s number. So just to provide a little insight into that differential that you're picking up on there. And that's something, you know, we're challenging ourselves to evaluate more wholly, to fully understand with clarity, when does that occur? It's a very good question on ambient ratings. There's more to it though than just the conductor. We need to look throughout the substation. And basically, as I kind of put it, like we have to chase down the limiting factor because it's not always the conductor. Like you can be in a very good spot from a conductor ambient rating perspective, but it might be that the breaker switch in the yard is the limiting factor, which needs some sort of cooling period. Or, you know, another area that we're concerned about obviously is transformers, given their high cost. They have a thermal stress cycle that we have to contemplate. And the thermal stress cycle of these are not always analogous or homologous to one another, right? So there's a different design basis that we have to synthesize across hundreds of different components in an electrical system. And so I think it's a field that's ripe for examination. However, I also think it's very nascent. And so we're filing dynamic line ratings on our transmission system, of course. I actually personally just came from a series of executive level meetings with EPRI just this last week. And they're endeavoring to create a test bed to really understand the state of the state on dynamic line ratings. And so we've done a lot of evaluation of it. We have our own demonstrations of it. And specifically, we're engaging on EPRI, or we're engaging with EPRI on these kinds of conversations to get a more holistic understanding of how we can start to apply these kinds of constructs. But one thing I'm very certain of at this point in time is they're not yet ready for broad system applications. So we're trying to find our footing of where we think this is best applied. And like you, I have the same open question as to, as we contemplate a winter peaking utility, what does that look like from a design basis perspective? And then the last thing I'll say is we're also looking for and identifying other utilities that already have a winter peak, so we can start benchmarking with them to see what operational practices and engineering practices might need to change. An area rife to go explore that's the southeast, given the high heat pump penetration. So we're in conversations with lots of companies out there, for example, TVAs, distribution companies, or LPCs is what they call them, Southern, Duke, and others. So with that, I'll pause. I just wanted to add a little color, and thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, appreciate it. I have a question now more specific to EVs, which I guess is the topic, but I just wanted to follow up on that capacity question. So in the JTS technical appendix, which is JWI2, you show forecasted growth broken out by major component. And so we'll see EVs listed on two tables. There's a figure 2.25 and well, hold on, let me see. I think there's a table. Give me 1 second. There's tables that list them out. And then there's also figures that show kind of graphically what the components of the load look like. In 2025, EVs look to make up 2% of sales and 1% of the peak impact. In 2028, they're 5% of sales and 3% of peak impact. And then in 2030, they're 7% of sales and 7% of peak impact. And sorry, that's from tables 2.211 and 2.212. So I'm curious why we're seeing, and I get, that you've started this 5% assumption on managed charging for EVs, but it actually seems as though, and then you grow that over time, assuming more people get in. But what I'm seeing in these numbers is that the peak impact is at least at pace, if not outpacing the growth of sales, which I wouldn't necessarily expect if we're getting more and more people into managed charging over time. So I'm curious if you can enlighten me as to why we're seeing quicker growth in peak impact of EVs than we're seeing in energy sales impact of EVs.
Yeah, and if Mr. Cowan, I don't know if we're able to, it might help to pull up the graphic in the table just for reference as I'm kind of speaking through that.
Yeah, it's in JWI2. So this is from the JTS. JWI2 cables 2.211 and 2.212. I don't know if someone on your side has that or if we should try and get it pulled up.
Commissioner Gilman, we're working on pulling that up right now.
Okay. Maybe as they pull it up, I'll ask you another question just to make good use of our time. Does the company anticipate that managed charging will be primarily used to avoid bulk system peaking conditions, or do you anticipate using it more regularly to avoid local distribution system overloading conditions?
Yeah, the way it's modeled in JTS is more on the bulk side. We're certainly not looking at individual kind of distribution constraints or limitations as we're deriving the peak load shape or the EV load shape that's used in the JTS. It's really intended to be a proxy of the need to move to more managed charging over time, as opposed to kind of prescriptive what a new managed charging shape will look like. I know Mr. Cowan's working on pulling up the technical appendix, but maybe after we go through that table, there are a couple slides that I've prepared as well that might help guide the discussion around our load shapes for EVs that we're assuming in the forecast.
Yeah, and if I could jump in on your question about sort of the future of managed charging. So as Mr. Goodenough noted, today's program is managing to bulk system, right? So bulk system signals to maximizing the use of bulk system renewable energy resources, along with, price, which is generally based on time of use rates, as well as first and foremost, the customer's need for their vehicle when they need their vehicle charged. We are looking over time to start to focus more as well on managing to distribution system needs. And so that's not what the program does today, but that's certainly our intent. And we are starting to, look into that. And I think you'll see that from us in the future. But, I think from a planning perspective, that's why the load shapes are not specifically representative of just today's managed charging program, right? They're intended to show what the impacts could be in the future as we evolve those programs.
Mr. Pollock.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, if I can just add a few points to Mr. Owen and Mr. Goodenough's points there. Despite the fact that we're not targeting the distribution system as an objective today, there is benefit from spreading out that EV load in the way that we've both modeled and implemented it in that overnight period. So we are seeing benefit from that. The other thing I would add is just one of the nuances that we're working through today is that if you think about the bulk system, we have a dedicated commercial operations desk that is dispatching power plants, alternatives, demand side management, et cetera, to be able to meet that single peak. That type of function doesn't really exist in most utilities today. Having somebody who's sitting around the clock dispatching, managed charging, or any other DER for that matter to solve those very local and very nuanced constraints. So we're looking at ways we can augment that capability through various technologies. You'll see in our DSP plan, one of the things that we're moving forward on this year is deploying what we call grid germs. One of the use cases for that is specifically around finding better ways to integrate EV managed charging load. So you're well aware a lot of that load can be pretty spiky, especially as you go to the higher voltage charging like DC fast charging. So all these things are very much in the works, but it's still pretty much early days for that. And I think that's pretty typical of the industry, not just Excel.
Okay, so as I'm looking at these forecasts, I guess is the broad correct understanding that the JTS forecasting for the EV component includes the managed charging starting at 5% and increasing out to 70% in, I think, 2050. But that the DSP does not include any managed EV charging?
That's not quite accurate. So I'll answer at a high level and then I'll allow the appropriate SMEs to chime in here. We did apply managed charging, and I think that's reflected in the technical appendix for the DSP, which is DCM 9. The way we applied the shape was a little bit different, just given some of the nuances with how load zero works. In addition to that, the scenario modeling that we conducted with Cavala, where we modeled 4 additional scenarios, we also ran against our goal adoption or goal aligned scenario, which had the highest adoption level of DERs, a 50% managed charging and 100% managed charging assumption, which, unlike how we model and operate the program today, we assume we would have the ability to effectively flatten the load at the customer premise, which would inherently provide a much bigger distribution benefit. We have little evidence today, based upon our work with other utilities and vendors, to suggest that 50% or 100% is technically achievable. But nevertheless, we thought it would be interesting to see the impact from an infrastructure perspective of what that could look like. So I'll probably turn it over to Mr. Goodenough as far as the impact and application of the charging shape, or Mr. Mino if he wants to talk about the specifics of loads here.
Yeah, just real quick, in this 50 or 100% assumption on being able to manage to the distribution system, like at the customer premise, is that included somewhere in the record of the DSP?
Yes, that would be, I believe, in the broad DSP filing, which is inclusive of the separate Cavala report. I think we also allude to that in the plan. I believe that's attachment ZDP1 in the DSP record.
Do we see the technical outcomes of such a run, or it's just mentioned, I guess?
I believe you should be able to see the impact on load there. Obviously, one of the challenges is when you're doing it for 800 feeders and 275 substation banks, putting that into a written form is challenging. But I think in aggregate, those results should be reflected in the Cavallo report, both from an infrastructure needs perspective and a cost perspective. And off the top of my head, I believe the 100% managed charging scenario showed about a $5 billion distribution infrastructure savings from now to 2025.
Now through, I thought you said 2025.
Excuse me, yeah, 2025 through 2050. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, do you guys want to take us through the chart to look at the difference in peak growth and energy sales from EVs?
Yeah, if we can scroll down to the table here for others' reference, but I've kind of pulled it up to the side just while some of that other discussion was happening to familiarize myself with the numbers. Frankly, I'll probably need to dig a little bit as to why that pace is showing up the way it is. I see why you're asking the question. It looks like the share of peak is increasing faster than the share of energy. I think this could be a good opportunity to discuss the load shapes that we're using and how we're evolving those over time. I suspect a little bit of the interplay there is what's driving that. I could confirm that later. But if we think it's a good time to share that information, I think it would be a good time to talk through that.
Okay. Yeah.
So this would be slide for Mr. Cowan. This would be slide. It'll be 7, 8, and 9, but we'll start with slide 7 in our prepared deck. So what I'm showing here is an illustration of the load shapes that we're using, at least kind of the base definition of those load shapes. So for light duty vehicles, we have managed residential, which is blue on the left chart, unmanaged residential, which is orange, and then we do assume some public charging for light duty vehicles. The way these shapes are constructed, it's % of daily load, so it's normalized to the daily load, so you can really kind of pull out the shape. So it's not like a scale of charging, just the percentage of charging for that type. And then medium and heavy duty on the right side. So for the managed shape, as I mentioned, it's from the customers enrolled in our managed charging program. We actually have metered data for the charging for those customers. The public charging is based on information from, I believe, Guidehouse, as well as the medium and the light duty managed charging profile, and the medium and heavy duty profiles are based on data from external vendors. If we go to the next slide. So one of the assumptions that we make as we develop the forecast is what we call EV tranching. If we leave that managed shape the way it is and we slowly roll customers to that managed shape over time, eventually that's the peak hour. Like when we're incenting customers to charge their vehicles with that very sharp increase during the time that we're incenting them to do that. Each EV that somebody buys sets a new peak, unless we start to move that window over time, which is what we've incorporated into the forecast here, and that's what I show on the top left. Just taking that same shape, but recognizing that we'll need to have some sort of mechanism to move this load over time. We have a total of 5 tranches for the residential light duty vehicles, and then we have a total of 2 for each of the MDV and the HDV. And then the result is really what I wanted to kind of lead up to, which is on the next slide, which is the flattening of that EV load curve over time. So you can see in 2025, that residential EV load curve looks, charging kind of in the evenings and then in the late evenings. And then through that tranching and through that move to managed charging, we're flattening it over time. So I think the answer to your question, Commissioner Gilman, but I'll confirm this, is that it's what you're seeing kind of in that period that you referenced is that a lot of the customers are still on that kind of solid blue shape, where the new EVs that are being adopted are, closer to a shape like that solid blue line than the flatter shape that we're assuming as we go through time.
Yeah, I guess what confuses me is that the peak increases faster than the sales. So I would expect if we're moving more people to manage charging, that the inverse would be true. That we would be able to outpace the peak expansion by the expansion in sales. But that's not really what the numbers are showing.
Yeah, I think there's also a component of a shifting hour as we get beneficial electrification as well, and other factors that are driving load differently. So it's might not be as simple as you know, we're moving customers to not charge at hour ending 18 if that's no longer the peak hour. You know, that could those dynamics could be at play as well.
Okay, and these charts you're showing here, are these already in the record or are these new?
These are new. These are new that I created for this.
Okay. And from what I'm understanding, the treatment in the DSP of EVs is different than what we're seeing here as far as how they were treated in the JTS. Is that accurate?
Slightly different. I think the source data is the same, and there's a similar kind of methodology or assumptions baked into the DSP forecasting. There's some nuance in loads here that doesn't allow the modeling to do tranching in a similar way that we did in JTS, which Dave can speak to more if it's of interest. But they do, the DSP is incorporating kind of this flatter load shape as their future managed charging shape, which is based on this information. It's just not exactly incorporated the same way.
Okay. In response to the chair's question about if some subset of customers do not get a level 2 charger and just charge at say 8 to 12 amps normal charge, you had mentioned that that's integrated into the company's existing forecast or like base forecast, and I'm wondering how, like what are the assumptions about what percent of customers do that or when they charge or if they can be moved off peak?
Yeah, I think those assumptions are just embedded in the load shapes that we're using that, again, were produced by a third party. I don't think you would see individual EVs peaking at 7 kW, for example, or certainly not on average in the JTS. So it's just some of that diversity is already built into these existing load shapes.
Okay. Do you think there's detail about those assumptions in the reports?
Potentially. This is a forecast that's developed by a different team in Excel, so I'm not sure exactly what information is in there, but we could follow up on that.
Okay. And are those reports you're talking about the Kavala forecast or something else?
It was a study done in 2019, I believe, with another vendor, Guidehouse.
Okay. And then your kind of assumptions around, I guess, the pace and depth of EV adoption on the distribution system in terms of like geographically, where are we seeing more quicker, is based upon what?
Yeah, and I think that's a question for Mr. Mino. He's kind of taking our system level JTS EV adoptions and then the load steer tool is what's doing the disaggregation to the distribution system. So he's best suited to answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, John. So the way that our load steer tool works is like, as John mentioned, we take that high level operating level forecast and we use the functionality within load steer called spatial allocation, which takes into account a multitude of different inputs to help determine how we allocate that down to the individual premise level on the distribution system. So that's certain things like socioeconomic data, propensity for adoption, demographic data, weather data, transportation data. There's a whole slew of services that LoadSeer integrates into its platform to help influence where that adoption will take place by premise, by year, essentially in our forecast. So it's not just a peanut butter spread across the distribution system. It's just a little more sophisticated than that.
Okay. And I suppose that works for residential. On commercial or fleet, is there any kind of more detailed information that's being used to identify locational distribution?
Yes, so I mean, I think all these factors go into that allocation process. I'm not sure which ones are utilized for each type, but there's commercial industrial data, there's appliance data, there's transportation, so travel patterns for traffic and things like that. So there's quite a bit of behind the scenes integrations for different different data inputs that help inform that allocation process. But that allocation process is what we use to allocate all the 25 technology types that are laid out in the technical appendix, which I think is attachment 9 in the DSP. All 25 of those technology types use that spatial allocation process and are informed by those inputs.
Okay, thanks. Those are my only questions right now, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Commissioner Plant?
Thanks. Okay, I'll come back to that one. Couple of quick questions sort of following on my colleagues' questions. But first, I think I heard Mr. Mars, you say that there is not economic modeling that is incorporated into a power flow model. Is that correct? Did I hear that?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Plant. That's correct. Right now the tool set around distribution level modeling is very focused on power modeling. So it's that kind of in equals out solutioning and looking for violations. So it doesn't work like Encompass in the sense of you feed it, options A through D, which are based on economic supply curves and economically optimizes. We have to provide that manual programming in terms of how we think about the solution sets, as well as what we feed into it in the form of our load forecasts.
So if we were looking at, for example, some power flow modeling that was driving costs on the transmission system that we might be able to avoid through an investment in the distribution system, that avoided cost would not be reflected in that power flow analysis. Is that correct?
Do you mind rephrasing, Commissioner? I'm not sure I'm quite following how you're linking together the transmission and distribution modeling.
Right. So if we're looking at power flow modeling that's driving some needs for capacity investment on the transmission system, just based on the way that the power flow is going to go across the system. And some of that capacity we can avoid through an investment in storage, generation management, whatever it might be on the distribution system. That cost savings or that economic comparison would not be reflected in your power flow modeling that you're doing with the Encompass model. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we gotta maybe take a little bit of a step back. I think you might be conflating how the production cost modeling works within Encompass, which is in the JTS, versus the power flow modeling on the DSP. So example, how that works and where you can see that direct result. And this is exactly why we constructed this scenario, is looking at what the avoided bulk system impacts are from what we call the ADER, or otherwise known as the VPP scenario, which adds in 900 megawatts directly. And to your point, it's agnostic of location, which say what happens, how does it economically optimize based on this 900 megawatt infusion, all within the bulk system, and how does that then change bulk system investments? So that's kind of step one of that. We see this though in the various where it's common is, and that's the point of the grid of the future work, as well as the multiple scenarios we laid out in the DSP, is we also look at that in the form of load shapes that feed into the DSP and how we model that. So just by nature of the fact that the power flow modeling doesn't solve for it, doesn't mean that it's not in there. It shows up in multiple places, and that's why we've intentionally looked for different places to see how battery optimization and large scaling of VPPs and distributed dispatchable generation can help the system and give us insights in terms of how we think about the impact of investments.
And that management on the distribution system would then be reflected in the power requirements, the capacity requirements on the bulk system. Is that correct? Or
correct?
Okay. Thank you. So I'll jump to this since we got this up on the screen right now. I know that you're going from an assumption of a 5% to a 70% over the planning period of managed charging, and I'm assuming that's what's reflected here Do you know, do you have different assumptions for new EV load that is, current is 5%, and then by 2030, it's 100% and that averages out to your, or how is that reflected? Or is it just, or are you just looking at your overall 100% of EV owners are
Yeah,
gonna?
it's the percentages are based on overall adoption. So you'll have, a certain percentage of new vehicles coming on managed charging, but also customers that aren't currently on managed charging switching over. So it really is a percentage of that grand total. I will just mention that this flattening of the load curve is both the increasing percentage of customers on managed charging, but also that tranching that we're doing, where over time it's a different load shape that we're incenting customers to.
And it looks as though this also includes workplace charging, incentivizing basically charging in the middle of the day at the workplace, or is that maybe that's fleets?
Yeah, I mean, there could be a number of ways to get here. This is specifically residential light duty vehicles. Really, this is just intended to demonstrate the need to flatten the load, not necessarily the way by which we will do it, but just a recognition that holding the shape static, just create peak demands that are driven entirely by EV adoption, and that's not something that we can manage to, or that we should be planning to.
Okay, and I'm just assuming that time period between 9 a.m. and 5 in the afternoon that we're seeing an increase over the base, that would be probably workplace charging.
Yeah, it would be a way to do that would be give residential customers incentive to charge at their workplace instead, and that would help kind of move that load to the middle of the day.
Okay, and if am I correct in understanding that when you're calculating the 75% line capacity limits, those are calculated without any of the management that you're working on developing in terms of EV charging or ADER, whatever it might be. That limit is sort of subtracting those out and then applying it and seeing where you reach at that point, and then you would apply those things after. Is that correct?
I will let Mr. Mino take that one.
Thank you. The 75% planned load limit is really based on what's the net loading on that given asset that we've seen historically. So, we're looking at the actual SCADA data that is a loading that's being supplied by any given distribution feeder. And then as we forecast out, we're accounting for those load shapes in the forecast and comparing that against that 75%. So does that answer your question, or if not, could you please repeat it?
Yeah, it sounds like, so what I'm assuming is that when you're calculating that 75%, you're not assuming any demand management, whether it's from EVs or other aggregated loads, or it's just a straight up, if everybody just did things when they were going to do things and there was no management at all, then this is when we would hit 75%. Is that correct? Or are these assumptions of increased management of EVs and all that sort, and the implementation of the VPP program, all that stuff is already incorporated for when you calculate your 75%?
So in our forecast, we have a certain degree of managed technologies that are incorporated into the growth forecast for each individual asset, and that's being compared against the 75% rating for each of those distribution feeders supporting that. Assets like VPPs, the DDG program, we're using our grid needs assessment to inform where we want to target deploying those assets, so they can support the distribution system, but those are not inherently baked into the forecast as it stands now.
Okay, great.
Dave, if I can maybe try to clarify here.
Yeah.
So for the EV charging assumption that's in LoadSeer that informs the capacity projects, the forecasted load, which is compared against the rating of the equipment, is reflective of a managed charging EV load shape. So that is assumed in there. There's a little bit of nuance there in that we're not specifically in that forecast of that managed charging shape, assuming it is specifically targeted to the very unique load shape of a substation transformer feeder. Nevertheless, the general load shape that we're seeing in modeling of EV charging right now spreads that load out across the nighttime hours in a way that does provide some benefit to the distribution system, even though that's not what we're specifically seeking as an objective. As we talked about, the bulk system is really the primary beneficiary today.
And so if I understand that what you're assuming is that increase from 5 to 70% managed charging over time.
I believe those that assumption is consistent across. I don't know if we want to go to the technical appendix in the DSP at some point, but that has the load shapes and the assumptions for the managed charging, specifically in the distribution context.
Okay, great. If you could pull up the chart that Chair Blank introduced, I just had one question or a couple of questions around that.
Ms. Federico, did you have that chart the chair brought up earlier that you could pull up again?
Yes, sorry, I closed it when I was pulling up something else. My fault. Give me a second.
No worries. Thank you. Great, thanks a lot. So just a couple questions around this. Mr. Goodenough, one of the reasons I was asking about how that 5 to 70% is actually calculated is that this graph is representing new residential demand. So I didn't know, are you assuming here, and what we're seeing here, and this is obviously 2035, so we're talking about, 10 years out in the future. So is what we're seeing here in this hump between 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock at night, that's assuming a 70% managed charging, or are you assuming a higher level for new EVs?
I'll take a stab at that, and then Mr. Mino can either add on or clarify. I believe this is all incremental load through 2035, not just EVs that are adopted in 2035. So this would be a combination of, the entirety of those shifting load shapes between now and 2035, the load that is accumulated for the vehicles on the various load shapes, not specifically 1 year of adoption.
Okay, this is new residential demand looking from 2025 to 2035. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, and so what we're seeing here with this this increase between 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock, that's with 70% management.
We aren't at 70% by 2035. We get to that point in 2050 in our assumptions. So it would be on our way to 70%. It's roughly linear. So
okay, great. Thank you. I understand better now. And Mr. Pollock, if I could ask you a quick question, as I'm trying to understand some of this on the, for example, this peak that we see here, overall, that's getting almost up to 4,000 megawatts. When we're looking at this peak in demand on our distribution system, and we're looking at what the cost would be to increase the capacity to manage those kinds of peaks on our distribution system. If we're looking out at 2035 hitting that peak, and I think as you pointed out, we're not there yet. This is looking out into the future. Is that what's establishing those distribution costs? If we were to just invest in capacity increases on the distribution system, it would cost this much And so you're taking those distribution costs and you're putting those into the aggregator payment. And so if we were to, as you said, what we hope to do with the VPP program and the ADR program is to flatten these curves out. What would happen there is basically a savings for the ratepayers. That would be the number between what this capacity investment would have cost and what was paid out, minus what was paid out to aggregators in order to achieve those lower load levels. Is that a correct way to think about this?
Yeah, appreciate the question, Commissioner Platt. I'll try to unpack that because I think there's a couple of subparts there. So I think you're referring back to our VPP tariff that we filed just a few months ago. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
So how we designed that is we did, for the avoided distribution component, take a look at the capacity investments that would be needed over the course of the DSP. As Mr. Minor said before, that's about 3 gigawatts of additional capacity that would be unlocked. And then we just took the cost of that and divided that out to come up with a cost of capacity and looked at it from effectively an annual revenue requirement of that capacity, which came out to be about $70 per kilowatt month. The way we've designed the program right now, which is reflective of a couple things. One, where we are from a technology perspective, but two, I think also from what we see with the maturity of aggregators in the market. We're designing the program to primarily be dispatched around bulk system needs, to the extent that the load shape of a distribution feeder may be coincident with that bulk system. We've proposed providing that avoided distribution value, which would be, to your question, a reflection of potential cost reduction from reducing load. Whether or not an aggregator may choose to enroll customers on a feeder to the extent that it actually reduces or defers a project, I think is yet to be seen, but that is certainly the intent. And then as far as I think the last part of your question as to whether there'd be a cost savings there, I think in Mr. Eiley's testimony, we did propose setting the avoided cost right now as what would be equal to the value of avoided generation, transmission, distribution. However, we did introduce the potential idea that if aggregators are able to bring us that capacity more cost effectively, that absolutely could be set through some sort of competitive process that would result in a cost savings for our customers.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the sort of the core question is you set the aggregator payment based on what the savings would be or what the capacity reduction would be and the price for capacity if you were to invest in the capital upgrades. But do you assume that you make the investment in the capital upgrades and then you apply that value to the aggregator payment, or are you doing the aggregator payment first in hopes of avoiding the capital upgrades?
I think it's a combination of both, and it really depends where in the budget and the forecast of those projects that would happen. I think that the challenge we're trying to reconcile right now, we want to cultivate an active market for aggregators, but so far our experience with non-Mars alternatives has been somewhat disappointing. So we can't pause projects because we need to be able to serve our customers, but we do want to be able to leverage these alternative solutions as part of our core solution set. So I think it's a little bit of both right now, to be totally frank.
Okay, and so that would adjust over time. Would that payment adjust over time then?
I think correct. I think the payment could adjust over time. I think the amount of targeting may adjust over time. Again, the challenge we have is that if we're opening this program to third-party aggregators, we're not sure where an aggregator may choose to conduct their sales and marketing, where they may be able to enroll customers. So it's at a level of specificity that's not as specific as a non-wires alternative, where we might be asking a third party to propose a very geographically targeted solution. So I think ultimately we just need to see how the program goes, and then we can potentially refine the payments and whether it's being effective in reducing some of that loading that triggers projects.
Sort of associated with that, if you have, I know that there are some feeders, for example, that are included in the distribution payment proposed,
Correct.
and there's some feeders that aren't. But you may have an aggregator that aggregates people who some of them are on that feeder and some of them aren't on that feeder. How do you calculate when they are delivering X amount of capacity through this aggregated load management? How do you determine how much of that is coming from the customers that are on a targeted feeder and how much is coming from a customer that's not on a targeted feeder?
Yeah, so I think we've talked about that a little bit in our proposal. Depending on the resource type, we're going to use a combination of telemetry data from devices in the case of things like batteries. And then I believe we're proposing to use AMI data to be able to effectively settle which resources are providing that information. I will say a lot of that information is expected to come directly from the aggregators. So that's one of the things I think we'll probably work out through the process of that proceeding. Whether that's workable for the company, whether it's workable for aggregators, but it is fully intended that we'd be able to understand which capacity is coming from where, and that customers that are part of that aggregation would be compensated appropriately if they are providing the distribution value on those feeders.
Great. And to follow up on Commissioner Gilman's question, Mr. Pollock, you were talking about, I think the question was around bulk system versus distribution system peaks and the management. And I know that you're sort of what we call phase one, what you call aggregator DERMS, is focused on the bulk system. And then the idea is that what you're calling grid DERMS would then start to focus on the distribution system peaks and communication with ADMS and SCADA systems and all that stuff. And that's you're not there with that yet. But do you have an anticipated year that starts to get implemented? And is that year within this modeling and procurement timeframe?
Yeah, on the grid DERM side or phase 2 DERM side, we have made significant progress, I think, since we last spoke to the commission about it. We've prioritized a couple of use cases which we're working to stand up the requirements around. We expect to deploy that on a limited basis for a limited number of feeders in the 2026 time horizon. That is primarily going to be focused on what's called flexible interconnection and flexible load connection. So that's the intent and the timeline. As to whether or not it may have an impact, I think that's really going to depend on how the deployment goes. It's not just simply the company deploying a piece of technology. We need to get customers that are interested in the solution, have them join into an agreement, and ultimately enable them from a technology perspective as well. So I think it's hard to say definitively whether or not it'll have an impact in this period.
Okay, so while you're expecting that you'll be implementing that grid DERMS or phase 2 DERMS within this procurement period, you don't have a program right now that you could model off of, so it's not reflected in it. The implementation of that program is not reflected anywhere in this modeling for the purposes of this ERP.
That's correct for the DSP and the JTS, but really where we're looking to leverage grid DERMS is more from the distribution side.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I no further questions.
Chairman, I just
a
couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
On managed charging, I think Mr. Goodenough had said there's about 5,000 out of 100,000 currently enrolled, I believe, in the dynamic charging, or the actively managed charging. And then I think Ms. Irwin had said there's another 10,000 currently enrolled in the passive managed charging. Are those numbers right? I just wanted to confirm. I mean, roughly, I'm not going to hold you to the nearest 100. What do we have enrolled?
That's my understanding for the active managed charging, but Ms. Irwin can certainly correct me if my understanding is wrong on that. She has a better sense of the participation in the programs.
Okay.
Ms. Irwin is reflecting that her Zoom is frozen. If she could Teams chat me, I'd be happy to relay the numbers here.
Yeah, sure. However we get them.
I'm speaking to Ms. Irwin partially.
Maybe we'll just start the next section, Commissioner Gilman, with that answer. So if you want to move on to your next question, Ms. Irwin is unfrozen. But very herky-jerky.
Okay. Am I back with you all?
You are.
All right. Yeah, and what I said earlier is approximately correct. It's around 10,000 in the optimize your charge passive managed charging program.
Okay, and that's where essentially the customers get, I can't recall how long it is, it's like a 10-hour window or something where their car charges, but it is not actually like flexed or independently controlled by the company on a day-to-day basis, whereas the actively managed charging that has 5,000 customers is more dynamically controlled by the company.
Yeah, that's right. The passive managed charging program has a couple of windows of time that are like preset and don't change that they would be charging within. And the other one would be actively managing that charging.
Okay, so as I look at the description of how the managed charging is modeled with this kind of steady load shape and then the tranches that just kind of move that behavior, that to me looks a lot like the passive charging. I mean, like as far as what's modeled, is that a fair thing to say?
So I don't think so, and I'll explain why. So in general, the way that, managed charging is operating pretty much everywhere, I think, in the country has to do with sort of staggering the start times of charging. So you're not necessarily starting and stopping actively like during a charging session, right? It's more like thinking about when the vehicle needs to be ready and when you're going to start charging it in order for it to be ready in time for the driver's needs. And so, for a typical residential vehicle recharging overnight, it's only going to need a couple of hours on a typical day based on how much people are driving, right? So that general load shape is what we would expect to see, just starting at different times, essentially.
It's also the load shape you'd see from the passive charging system, just that can't iterate and like circle back and optimize, but like the load shape still kind of looks the same, right? So I'm trying to figure out, I know we only have 5,000 now in the dynamic charging with aspirations to go higher, but we do have 15,000, it sounds like, in total in managed charging that somewhat reflects the load shapes that we're seeing here. So I'm curious why we're not starting with the assumption that we have the 15,000 people we already have in some form of managed charging that produces load shapes, as I understand it, fairly similar to what's being modeled. Or is the assumption 5,000 then?
Yeah, good question. That's the information we had at the time the forecast was developed. So that's the information that we incorporated.
Is there a way to understand the impact if instead we started at what looks like 15% of current penetration of some managed charging?
I think.
Go ahead.
I would just say it's more like we're about 10% in terms of current enrollments versus current vehicles, just to be clear.
Sorry, what's that mean? I was hearing
in total
out of 100,000.
Yeah, I think our rounding on today's call is pretty imprecise, but it's around 10% in total, 10% of vehicles.
Well, it's at least double what's modeled. Let's give it double to triple. So what would be the impact? How could the commission and the parties understand the impacts of a modeling of managed charging that at least starts at the value of how many are already enrolled in managed charging?
Yeah, that's an exercise that we could do. Change the assumptions on the managed charging trajectory and see how that impacts the load forecast.
And as I understand from your motion, that would primarily update to the JTS. But if I'm reading the motion right, no change in the load steer because it's not possible. So I wouldn't see any impact in the DSP. Am I getting that right?
That's correct. Like I mentioned before, load steer is a living model that we continually update. We're not able to revert back to the state and assumptions that were baked into our forecast that we provided in the DSP filing. So unfortunately, it's not as simple as just rolling back and reproducing that forecast. And then it's also a lot of downstream work that's pretty manual to recalibrate the risks associated with the system and ultimately the projects that are resolving them.
Okay, and I know we have a load steer section later, so I'll leave some of my more particular questions about load steer and the updating process to that, but just wanted to understand how we can understand if we better reflect what's even going on now in the system as far as managed charging. Mr. Riley?
Yeah, I had a couple quick general comments. I'd certainly kind of hear the exploration around approval of the plan, that's especially the DSP that's in front of the commission. And just, procedurally, we will have pretty frequent DSP plans. I think the next one is technically due in the first half of 2026. So that's point one. Point two is that our scenarios are showing like a pretty close convergence in the immediate near term. I mean, these are great issues that all tend to have a greater effect in the longer term, I would say. And then was going to offer, I think we've had some dialogue here on just, just quickly addressing level 1 versus level 2. Various sources, but the various data showing something like 2/3 to almost 90% of EV drivers are adopting level 2. Just to give some comfort there. We could probably supplement that and kind of tie down the sources a little bit in the supplemental direct, if that's helpful to the commission. I was also thinking we could maybe try to maybe explain the algebra of the what Commissioner Gilman was raising concerning the percentage of EV peak versus EV sales in those two tables in that level 2, or I'm sorry, that appendix 2, I think it was called. So we could probably try to explain that a little bit more fully too. We hadn't heard that issue before we were looking at it live here. So just wanted to offer those ideas.
I don't think we're going to take a vote and request it now, but I would just say on my behalf, I'd find that helpful if you wanted to submit it with a supplemental direct filing.
I may give some forbearance on dates, knowing that supplemental directs due in a week. So if these go past a little bit, that might be what happens, if that's all right.
Okay. I guess Commissioner Gilman, do you want to jump into the beneficial? Well, why don't we take like a little break till why don't we say 1:55, and then we'll come back and Commissioner Gilman, why don't you start us off on the beneficial electrification? And Ms. Federico, I sent you another graph, so if you could be prepared to pull that up when my questions come, but we'll go Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, and I'll go last on the BE. So,
yeah, Ms. Federico, I had alerted her already. I'll want to look at hearing exhibit 105 DCM 9, which is the load steer technical appendix. So I think she's already got that ready, but just as a note, when we come back, I'll be looking.
Yes, I have both of those ready for you both.
I want to apologize. I want to apologize, and I'm going to do this transcript. I was good. I was working out. Sorry.
All right. Let's come back at
this will be free.
150. Let's come back at 1:55. Thanks. 1:55.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gilman, when Mr. Riley is back, why don't you take us forward?
Hello. Mr. Riley, just kind of, I guess more of a broad question. In development, especially of the DSP, it seems as though you go from kind of the end uses and their anticipated profile of usage, aggregate those up, and look to the different components, et cetera. Is that fair?
As far as describing the DSP process kind of as a whole?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think that is fair. I'd certainly look to Mr. Mino to kind of color in the specifics, who does that work. There was one slide that I know we wanted to bring back, which had about 5 or 6 process steps, but I agree with your general characterization of it.
Okay. And then I'm a little less clear, like with regard to the JTS, how the introduction of what individual loads will look like and what assumptions are made on those, like how that factors into the JTS. Is it as clear of a line, or is it more fuzzy how we get from the individual uses to aggregating all the way up to the JTS forecast?
On that, and this is probably, and I apologize for there's a lot of inter-team work on this, but I think Mr. Goodenough could probably better answer that. But I think at a high level, we're assembling all the individual components to build the aggregate forecast of energy and demand, which are solved together as a holistic system across the system coincident peak through the Encompass modeling. So it's looking at the same component parts, but ultimately summing those to the system-wide coincident energy and, well, system-wide energy and coincident peak demand. And that's what Encompass is solving for. Whereas the DSP and Dave can fill it. I'm sorry, Mr. Mino can fill in chapter and verse on that as to how it's done by each feeder and sublocation. A different process, but following the same basic building blocks.
Anything to add, Mr. Mino, before I go to some of those end uses?
I apologize. I came on about halfway through your question, but I think Mr. Riley represented the distribution system plan pretty well. We look at how these 25 different load shape, or these different technology types with their associated load shapes layered onto each individual distribution feeders curve and substation transformers curve from a forecast perspective to really identify what we project on each individual asset, how that risk is going to materialize. And then we look at the locational specific nature of the system as we look to develop projects to mitigate that risk.
Okay. Ms. Federico, can we pull up that attachment DCM9? So this is a technical appendix, the load SEER technical appendix from the DSP proceeding. But it does show some of those load curves for the end uses as I understand them. So, and we asked you a supplemental direct question on this. So I hope you've had time to look at that and kind of prepare for today. And this gets to some of the chair's question before when he had these kind of stacked on top of each other on one chart, but I just wanted to look at them individually for a few moments to just understand my main questions with regard to each of these figures. It's like each of the next, I don't know, 7 or 8 figures is what is the base data of these? How did we come upon these load shapes? And then how are these load shapes used to develop those aggregated forecasts, whether like on a specific set of distribution equipment and then kind of at large for the JTS. So might make sense to start with figure 15, which is the residential space and water heating. And here we see the water heating has a very distinctive peak at about 1 p.m. in the winter, but not in the summer. And then very large peaks in the evening. So just curious what data was used to assemble this graphic.
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Schoenheider to talk about the source data for this, but how we use this to plan the distribution system is we receive a total amount of demand per each technology type at the operating company level. And we use that spatial allocation process, which I'll detail more during the actual load seer demonstration. But we use that to allocate those adoptions of these different technologies to individual premises along the distribution system, along with the associated load curves that we're seeing here for each technology type. Those individual premises then get aggregated on an 8760 basis and layered onto the existing 8760 curve for each individual feeder and substation transformer to develop a forecast for each that's unique to each individual asset. So that's the how, and if happy to answer any more questions on that, but if you wanted to get to the source data, I might ask Mr. Schoenheider to come on camera and explain where that came from.
Yeah, one follow-up before we get to the source data. So when you maybe it's two follow-ups, I'm not so sure. So when we get this load curve here, is this anticipate, you determine kind of the quantity, I guess, of adoption you think you'll see through those processes and then apply them obviously to the existing loads and whatever. But is this same load curve used for everyone you assume adopts that technology?
By customer class, yes. So every residential customer received this curve. This is based on an efficient water heater that is representative of one we see on the system. I'll let Mr. Schoenheider explain a little more detail, but we're applying this to hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of different points along the distribution system. So this is an assumption we made to uniformly apply this curve to all adoption of these technologies.
Okay, so you assume essentially every home follows this load curve if they've adopted this technology. And there's some just multiplication that happens there. It sounds like, is there any diversity applied either on the distribution system or in the JTS? Or is it just load curve times adoption?
It's load curve. This is on a per unit scale here. You see like 100% is the peak that it hits. So there's a per unit demand that is applied, that is multiplied by this curve to actually develop how much demand that particular technology is going to add to the distribution system over the whole 8760 period. And then that gets layered.
It would be like per unit demand times the proportion shown in this curve times number of customers that adopt.
By asset, essentially.
Okay, yep. Yeah, number of customers behind such and such feeder.
That's connected to a given feeder, correct.
Okay. And no diversity from the maybe some houses are a little different than the typical load curve.
That's a limitation of the tool right now, to where we can't adjust the curve over time throughout the forecast. It's something that we're working with the vendor on to improve this and be able to account for some of that stuff going forward. But yeah, that's what you said is accurate.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Okay, Mr. Schoenheider, walk me through the base data that comes up with these water heating shapes that vary by season.
I would be happy to. And if we look at figure 15, we have effectively two technologies represented on there. One is water heating and the other is the fully electric space heating on this graph, and both for the residential case. And then figure 16 is the dual fuel residential electric space heating, which we actually are going to be filing a correction to that graph, because the graph that shows up there in figure 16 is incorrect. That's actually a ground source heat pump load shape, but the data used in the modeling was correct. We just grabbed the wrong graph to plug into this particular appendix. So going back though to 15, do you have a preference on whether you would like to start with water heating or space heating?
Let's start with water heating, since I think there would be, I don't know if you have available the proper curve that is what is modeled for the dual fuel. If you have it available, that would be great to tee up. So let's do water heating first, and then we'll go into both of the space heating types.
Perfect. I think that's a good plan. So, if we could pull that water heating back up at a super high level, as I think it was Mr. Goodenough and Mr. Mino have alluded to, we have a a different load curve for residential water heating utilized in the JTS modeling than we utilized in the DSP modeling. And at a high level, the source of those load curves is the same, but they're a different vintage. And the underlying technical assumptions for the majority of both the space heating and water heating load curves are the company's at the time most recent DSM/BE filing. And for water heating specifically, in the modeling to start the DSP process started before the modeling for the JTS. And so the water heater load curve that is in the DSP modeling was based on information in the 2023 DSM-BE plan. And if you remember, that was sort of the first one or the last one before we fully implemented beneficial electrification. And the modeling underlying the JTS water heater load curve is from the 24 to 26 DSM-BE plan, which we were working to put together, and we got that done after the DSP modeling started. So we have, I think we've alluded to before, what you see on the screen, those peaks.
Mr. Schoenheider, real quick, I'm sorry. Does that vary the adoption rate, or does it vary the actual load shape?
The load shape is different between the two, and significantly different between the two. And it really comes down to, in the DSP modeling, you have a much spikier, for lack of a better term, load shape for water heating than we do in the updated JTS water heater profile. And this is, I think, sort of the crux of the issue is the version that is shown here and that was used in the DSP modeling. It is more representative of what an individual or a couple of water heaters together would look like. It doesn't really have enough diversity in it to be used at like a total system view, right? So you do see very high peaks. Those peaks absolutely happen when you have a residential water heater, and it's based not only on the usage of hot water, but also the way that a heat pump water heater works. In the vast majority of heat pump water heaters, there is a heat pump heating element, and there is also a backup electric resistance heating element. And once the temperature in the tank gets below a certain set point, that second electric resistance element will kick on, and you'll have very high peak loads for very short durations.
Okay. Now, understandably, like, there are times today where probably a ton of people are using a lot of hot water, and you see like a reasonable peak. I'm not clear why 1 p.m. is one of those.
So the actual shape, the underlying data for the load shape from a water consumption standpoint, in the DSM plan comes out of NREL study data, where they actually study water usage. And this particular time, this particular day is not necessarily every single day, if that makes sense. But this was a day that popped up as high usage, right? And I don't know if that's a preparing lunch or who knows what that happens. I think you're referring to that 1 o'clock water heater winter peak. The later in the day one is similar, and then you also see those kind of early morning when everybody's getting up to shower, if that makes sense.
Kind of like a tiny blip in early morning and a big spike in 1 p.m. Okay, so it sounds like then the NREL data that you use, if I'm understanding correctly, this does not come from your actual monitoring of equipment through your rebate programs, which was kind of my earlier understanding in this session, but it's from NREL data. Is that correct?
For the water heater, water usage load shape. We don't have, to my knowledge, individual metering on customer installed heat pump water heaters. We do have, through various pilots and research projects metering on air source space heating heat pumps, but not on water heating, hot water heaters.
Okay, so this is from some NREL data, and it sounds like there were different days which give different peak load curves upon which the company could pick which it used.
Not specifically. I'm sorry if I was unclear there.
Okay, you had said this was like from a higher use day than some of the other load curves, I believe, that you saw in that NREL data.
This probably what I could have said better is that you will have some days within an 8760 year that have higher usage. So you will have some days that have high peaks and some days that won't have high peaks. This is not a representation of everyday average together, right? And in when you think about planning a distribution system, and specifically as you get closer to the customer end of it, you can't really just average out every day and assume it's correct. You're definitely going to see day-night cycles, especially in things like hot water usage, similar in space heating, but this is definitely a peakier shape than what we had in the updated version that was in the JTS modeling.
Okay. But then the way Mr. Mino uses this is, and I get it, this is supposed to be more of an outlier circumstance, not like the everyday circumstance. But this particular load shape is then multiplied by however many customers on a particular asset we're assuming get an electric water heater, right?
A heat pump water heater, yes, that is. Yep.
Do you think that that typical extreme condition involves that 1 p.m. peak? I'm just curious.
No, and I think as you'll see in the JTS load profile for a water heater, which is sort of, like I said, more recent, it is a much more evenly distributed peak.
Okay. Okay, walk me through the all electric space heat shape.
Okay, so the all electric space heating curves again they're founded in assumptions that are consistent with our demand side management plan. And you really have three components that go into making up the curve. One is the weather data you use, and we use an 8760 model. So it has an hourly outdoor air temperature. And for the curves, we use a TMY3 set of weather data, typical model year. 3, it's an NREL derived set of, it's basically they pick the most average month from the last 30 years for each month and then put that together into a year. Of note, the coldest temperature in that weather data is roughly -3 degrees Fahrenheit. And so it's not an extreme year from sort of a historical perspective. That's the first piece. The second piece is we assume a sort of typical residential building, and we assume we define that by the heat loss from that building as a function of outside air temperature, right? And when you think about it, we have a balance point of 60 degrees, which means at an outdoor air temperature of 60 degrees, there's no heat needed. There's also no cooling needed. And then the heating requirement on the space increases linearly as you go down in temperature. And the exact point, if you will, or the equation that defines that is at 5 degrees Fahrenheit, we have a heating load on the space of roughly 38,000 BTUs per hour. So you could think about it as a 3-ton heat pump would almost provide enough heat for that on a 5-degree day, right? And that linear extrapolation continues to colder temperatures. So those are the first two things that define the hourly simulation. Then the third is the actual piece of heating equipment that we're employing. And so for a cold climate, for the all electric system, we use a cold climate air source heat pump with electric resistance backup. The specifics for that cold climate heat pump, it's we design, like, that's where we deviate from the DSM assumptions, because we went with what I would consider an aggressively efficient heat pump. And so for a little bit of context, if you're familiar with the 25C tax credits, the standard sort of for cold weather performance is the coefficient of performance, the COP, at 5 degrees. There's a threshold of 1.75, which means at that temperature, the heat pump moves 1.75 units of heat for every unit of heat it consumes. Or another way you could think of it is it's 175% efficient at 5 degrees. Yeah. So that's the current 25C tax credit, and which is based on it's based on the Center for Consortium for Energy Efficiency, CEE's most efficient tier. There's also other standards out there, like the DOE Cold Climate Heat Pump Challenge you may be aware of, which is sort of trying to develop next generation heat pumps. And the compliance standards for that, which are sort of a very future looking super efficient heat pump, is anywhere a COP of between 2.1 and 2.4 down at 5 degrees. And I sort of went through all that to give you a sense of the heat pump that we picked down at that 5 degrees has a COP of 2.31. So it is a very efficient cold climate heat pump that's really not available on the market yet, but it's sort of that forward looking. And that's the one we assumed for every house. All of that said and done, that particular heat pump will meet the heating load for our all electric space heating all the way down to about -2 degrees. And so there's really only 1 hour in our modeling where you need the electric resistance backup. And again, that's an average weather year, but that's what we're applying here. And on that coldest day, that coldest hour, the heat pump provides over 90% of the heat at a COP of about 1.9, which is really high still. The electric resistance provides a little less than 10% of the heat, and that whole thing together is only using 7.15 kW. And so the overall, this is a very efficient, very low demand, all electric heat system for space heating. I know I went through a lot there.
I appreciate the detail. Luckily, it's not my first rodeo with those figures.
We've talked about this before.
Got it. What I'm curious of is the shape. Mm-hmm. You had said one of the primary drivers is ambient temperature. I'm not familiar with a day where the ambient temperature just goes down and down and down from 12:01 a.m. to midnight. And then obviously you can connect this chart if you had the next day. There'd be a huge drop at midnight. So I'm curious, why are we not seeing any space heating bump in the morning? Why are we seeing some gradual increase of heating demand throughout the day, which just, in my personal experience, is not how space heating works?
No, and I think what I totally understand where you're coming from. And I think part of it is what we tried to do in this technical appendix was to help show the pieces that could help explain what was going on, but we didn't really have a way to show all of the data in a very usable manner. But the other way we tried to show it here is if you scroll down to, I think it's figure 18. So if you just scroll down, it's probably on the next page of the PDF here. What we did is we showed, there it is, that residential BE electric space heating 8760 load curve. Now, I understand this is not, it's very hard to read in that the x-axis has 8,760 points on it, right? But what it does show is that day to night fluctuation in the electrical demand or the load from this all electric space heating. And so what you saw up in figure 15 above was sort of a very small section trying to show that. But if you were to look at this load curve, like if you could sort of expand it out and see every hour, you would absolutely see, the load on the heat pump or on the electric heating system very closely following, but inversely, the outdoor air temperature of that TMY3 model.
Okay, so is it that what we're looking at in figure 15 is not really a representative day?
It's not necessarily a representative day. I mean, it's hard to sort of compress an 8760 load profile, and the actual what was put into LoadSeer was that 8760 profile, right? So we literally, and this is hopefully not stepping on Dave or Mr. Mino's toes too much for when he talks about LoadSeer, but there's for every hour, first year all the way through 2050 or till the end of the LoadSeer model, there is a base load shape that is derived from actual system SCADA data, right? It's weather normalized and whatnot. And we literally take this 8760 curve from the heat pump, what's shown in figure 18, and stick it on top. Now, one interesting quirk is that the LoadSeer is based off a typical load year, and so the weather used isn't exactly the same, and so you'll like in both typical load year and typical meteorological year, TMY3, like January is always cold, right? That makes sense. But a particular day in January in the TLY, like January 15th, may not be a cold day, but it might be a cold day in the TMY. So you'll get some diversity there, but the easiest way to think about it is take the figure, all 8,760 data points in figure 18, and plop those on top of the same days, the same hours in the TLY.
Right, okay. To that point, I have a question on figure 17, which is the 8760 load curve for the water heating. So I presume what you're modeling here is a heat pump water heater with some electric resistance backup, and these spikes are when the electric resistance comes on. Am I right or wrong about that?
That is probably very accurate, yes.
Okay, so if this just gets multiplied by adoption that we anticipate and then piled on top, at least in my experience with water heating, like the circumstance in which you outrun what the heat pump can do and switch to electric resistance, it seems to me probably much more a function of what's going on in the house. You're having a party, a family reunion, whatever, than weather necessarily. Obviously, there's some impact to like groundwater temp, but not that fast. So what sort of coincidence, like we're seeing some really big spikes here for the water heating that are far different than the typical load. And I just wonder, why would it be reasonable to consider that those would be coincident from house to house to house to house? Every house on the feeder has the same peaks.
Yeah, so let me step back. I think you're accurate in saying that those spikes are periods of very high water use demand. I would agree with you and you can kind of see here, there's maybe 7 or 8 of them throughout the year. And that is typically some, I don't want to say abnormal condition, but those aren't necessarily coincident house to house. You do see periods around like the holidays as an example, right? Where you have company staying with you or whatever, and you might have more people in the house. So that might be a little more consistent house to house than purely random. But no, I agree with you that the spikiness of this really should not be applied house to house to house. And that's one of the things that, as I mentioned earlier, is different between the DSP and the JTS. The JTS has a much flatter spikes, right, and a much more diverse load curve. And that's definitely something that it is a later and newer version of our water heating load shape, and it's something we will apply in future DSPs.
And is there any way to apply that flatter load shape, specifically on the water heating, which I think we both agree is non-coincident, largely from house to house, in the DSP, to see if that's influenced any equipment sizing?
Yeah, and I know we talked about this earlier about how to what our supplemental direct testimony looks like, but at a high level, and I'm probably gonna use slightly wrong words to summarize it, we intend to use the JTS water heater profile, and when we are going back and looking at those projects to see what the change will be. And another, like, part of it is and I can let Mr. Mino talk to the challenges around remodeling everything and going through all the grid needs assessment and mitigations and all that. But we do think it'll be valuable to see those examples of what would happen with actual projects. And part of that is because there currently is a significant amount of headroom on the various feeders. And so just one way to think about it is just moving these pikes down may not actually change the load on a feeder significantly or change the mitigations. And I don't know, Mr. Mino, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, agreed. As I mentioned before, the contribution from electric water heating to the overall individual system peak, like distribution feeder peaks, really doesn't get expressed until mid 2030, which is beyond is either the tail end or beyond the 10-year forecast that this 5-year distribution plan is accounting for. So I agree with Mark that I think that even if you were to flatten this out, I don't think it would have a major impact on the overall loading of the system and the need for the overall investment. And yeah, to what Mark was saying, and I alluded to it earlier, it's a low SEER is a living model. We continually add information in there, so we're not quite able to go back and just revert to all the assumptions and inputs that were used to generate the forecast that was produced for this DSP. That's why we were proposing the subset of projects, and so this will have to be a manual effort to back out the existing curves and add new ones in there. So, and then not only that, but then reevaluate the risk and look at all the need for all those different projects that are associated with those risks.
Okay, so Mr. Schoenheider, just real quick on the space heating, the all-electric air source heat pump, are the bases, I know you went through kind of the things that determined its behavior and performance, are those in the record of the DSP or the JTS in any way now? Like the worksheets or modeling? It sounds like this was company modeling. This was not like from an outside source.
Yes, this is company modeling. I know we are in putting together our supplemental direct. We have a description of, the methodology, all of the assumptions that went into it as far as like, the heat pump we talked about, like that's not a real piece of equipment. We created that piece, the specification. So I know we detail we're planning to detail all of that in supplemental direct.
Okay, are you planning on providing the model?
I think we can. Yeah,
Okay. Let me see. Just one more question. Can we go down to page 18? So just a little further down the next one. Yeah. So here we see load curves for commercial, for electric space heating and water heating similarly. And here we are seeing a little smoother water heating. But interesting shape obviously on the space heating, and understand a lot of commercial properties may not need cooling in the middle of the day, even in the winter. But the ramp up is quite late in the day for heating. I was just curious, like what all modeling goes into this too. We're only beginning to heat the building at 10 a.m.
Yeah, so and I'm gonna take a second to reacclimate myself with the figure. Okay. So first and foremost, and this I think doesn't specifically answer your question, but is relevant. The adoption rate for commercial space heating and commercial water heating is significantly slower than it is for residential, right? And so the overall impact of this work is far lower. And I think the later in the appendix, figure 26, I think speaks to the impact of commercial space heating and water heating. And there are figures, and I'm just looking at my version on the side here, versus like figure 20 talks about it for residential space and water heating. So putting that aside for a second, I mean, the macro point there is this is a much smaller load. The methodology, there's frankly a lot more variability in commercial space heating, and even in commercial just uses in general, as well as there's far less practical applications. I mean, there's less actual electric heat pump space heating in commercial buildings than there is in residential. So with all of that said, our methodology for building these relied almost exclusively on external sources to tell us things like what are the various building types. So we said, what's the energy use intensity for different building types in, and that's from an external source. How many of each of those building types is present in our area, and what is the, what's the performance of each of those building types. And so what you see here is a much less refined amalgamation of those sorts of data than what we did on the residential side, given the relative amount of load from each of those.
Mr. Minor?
Yeah, and this is, again, this is representing the peak day, and represents what the loading would look like on a peak day. The 8760 curves, I think it balances it out a little bit more here. And as Mark alluded to, agree that the adoption rate, and if you look at the growth projections in this appendix 2, the commercial adoption is significantly lower. And also you do lose some of the granularity on an hourly basis. Realistically, these devices are operating on a much more granular basis, so you do lose some of that nuance when you produce things on an hourly basis like that.
Okay. I'm going to move to another document if that's okay with you. Let Ms. Federico take this one down so she can pull up a different document for me. Here, Exhibit 105, which is Am I calling you right? It's Mino or Mino? I'm sorry.
My family pronounces it Mino.
I'm sorry. I'm probably going to for it.
That's fine. I'm used to Mino, Mino, all of it. So no worries.
Okay, Mino. Got it. His direct testimony here, Exhibit 105. Just let me go to page 26. Oh, this is confidential. I don't think it's that. Yeah, this is not a confidential page, so I think we're all right.
And I pulled the public version anyway.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. So just looking at this graphic here, which shows like the non-coincident kind of additions, I think, to the base forecast. You can see that second from the left, it's a tan color, is capacity checks. I've been a little confused about this in the past. Like, I recall in, well, what I call the BE barriers proceeding, but we were looking at, especially as part of that at constrictions to capacity for new projects in the Denver metro area. And I understood through that proceeding that while the company provides courtesy capacity checks to customers who might want to interconnect, especially large loads, developments, bigger buildings, that those were not used in forecasting or used in any way. But here I'm seeing, a not insignificant addition in that tan from capacity checks. So I was just wondering, I understood that process that the company only forecasts for and builds for and counts on the load coming once there is an actual formal application from the customer, and a capacity check is not a formal application from the customer. So I was curious if you could help me understand, does the company use capacity checks in their forecasting or not, just to help me kind of settle that in my mind?
Absolutely. So I think you may be conflating two things. There's conceptual capacity check, which is the courtesy that we do to customers that are not quite ready to apply. And then once they do submit an application, that goes through our capacity check process. And that's the point where we distribute we allocate the capacity for those specific projects who have applied for distribution service. So the values that you're seeing here are the customers who have submitted a service application, and we've allocated the capacity on the distribution system to them for their projects. The conceptual capacity check, we do not explicitly include into our forecasting process. We do leverage some of that information to help inform propensity for adoption for some of these technologies, but it's not explicitly included in our forecast.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think it was the semantics there confusing me.
Yep.
The addition of the word
No
conceptual
problem.
for one and not for the other. Okay, so these are like verified applications. We think the people
This is our known growth, as we refer to it, because they've submitted an application, they have plans, they have panel schedules, they're ready to start moving their projects forward.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that clarification. I think we're done with this, Ms. Federico. Just wanted to follow up to understand the forecasting process for both the DSP and the JTS. You know, there's been a lot of discussion on what was known at the time those forecasts were started or finished or whatever it was. Can you just kind of enlighten me as to the broader schedule of developing those forecasts for each of the proceedings so I better understand the timeline, you know, in the lead up to a proceeding in which those are done or were done in this case?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if we put up a slide in our presentation that shows our annual distribution planning process. There's a lot, it's an annual process, and it does take the full year to get from point A to point B. So I think that would be helpful to kind of illuminate how we plan the distribution system and when those inputs are really needed, so that way we can account for them in our forecast. So Mr. Cowan, if you're able to pull up slide, I believe it's 29 in our deck. We'll give it a minute to pull that up, but once the slide is up, we'll see, you know, what tools we use throughout the distribution process, and all the different steps that are involved from starting the forecasting process all the way to getting our projects finalized. And it looks like Mr. Larson has his hand raised, so maybe I'll pass it to him in the meantime.
Yeah, Ms. Federico, is it possible to disable Mr. Cowan again so that he can put the slide that Mr. Mino is looking for up?
Yes. If he left during the break, that's probably why he lost the capabilities.
Apologies. We won't do that one again.
He's all set.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah. So there's a lot of, this is a pretty busy slide here, but I think it's really helpful to kind of contextualize how we go about the planning of the distribution system, and why this is part of the why it's not feasible to fully comply with the request in the that was asked for in the supplemental direct here. So we start our forecasting process for distribution in September after the summer peak has concluded. Our planning engineers look at historical loading data to identify our seasonal peaks, our minimums that we use for various portions of our distribution analyses. That is performed using SCADA data that we have at our substations that measure feeder loading and individual substation transformer loading. And that typically takes about a month to do, given that there's 813 distribution feeders, 275 substation transformers that serve our customers. Once we have that ironed out, we go through and this is where LoadSeer comes into play. It's not like Encompass that does the entire forecasting and mitigation process and economic analysis. The LoadSeer is used for a single component of this process, and that core function is to develop those 8760 scenario forecasts by asset, and asset being feeders and substation banks. So our team scrubs historic SCADA data. We remove anomalies where we are able to come up with what we call typical loading year curves, which are weather normalized curves using the most local weather station for each asset to weather normalize these curves. And it produces 3 TLYs, one at the 0th percentile, one at 80th percentile, and one at the 100th percentile, most extreme weather within the last 30 years. So we use that 80th percentile TLY to plan the distribution system. The output of LoadSeer is that 30-year 8760 forecast by each node or asset. From there, we take that forecast and we have an algorithm within our Power BI tool that we built to compute 8760 risk analysis for every single individual node. So we look at what the magnitude of these overloads are, how many consecutive hours these overloads are at risk, how many hours throughout the year. That's really helpful in quantifying and comparing these risks against each other as we look at how we're going to fund our distribution system plan. Helps us to identify the severity. It helps us identify what's the most appropriate mitigation. Shorter overloads and shorter mitigations are maybe more conducive to an NWA, whereas large magnitudes for multiple consecutive hours for a lot of hours throughout the year may not be well suited for something like that and may require more of a wire solution. So we use a combination of our Power BI tool, our modeling tools to really analyze those risks. And then we start looking at how we're going to mitigate those projects. I skip some of the durations here, but the forecasting process in Lowe's here takes about 3 to 4 months, depending on all the different tasks that are really involved with that. I kind of highlighted a few of them, but there's a lot of nuance that goes in there, and we can touch on that when we get to the demo. And then the risk analysis, that takes about a month to confirm certain system parameters, get that information in there, make sure the output makes sense and is computing properly. For the mitigations, we're building these models and analyzing them in a power flow manner to really look at how these mitigations are going to be proposed. It's very specific for each individual project that we're trying to do, since each of these feeders are very locational specific. So, we're looking at how we can route this infrastructure, what kind of assets are already deployed on specific roadways. It's that granular. So it does take a significant amount of time here. That typically takes about 3 months to kind of iron out what we think mitigations could be, as well as some alternatives that we could potentially evaluate. And then we go through a peer review process to pick the appropriate project. And then we get to our capital project development and budget creation. So this is where we're really honing in on the specific scope of the selected project, ironing out estimates, getting that into our 5-year budget, and ultimately developing the specified scope for each individual project that we're pursuing. So it's a pretty lengthy process. So that's it from kind of start to finish here. And then you see that there's a lot of tools, there's a lot of manual processes that go into it. So it does take quite a bit of time. We are trying to improve this process and create more automation around it, but there's a lot of engineering judgment that goes into it as well. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to, and Commissioner Plant, you'll probably be up pretty soon after. That's really like my last question, I think. I'm trying to reconcile, my understanding from the testimony that, say, like the clean heat plan outcome came too late to be integrated into this forecasting process. And so we have in there an outcome that is not the actual outcome of the proceeding. It's not incredibly different, but I think I calculated the electrification is off by 20% maybe in terms of what's expected from the actual commission decision. So I'm trying to reconcile the idea that like this all starts so early and it's so baked that we can't get something like that that's more accurate in to your process, and reconcile that with the company's recent motion that the load steer is also so incredibly dynamic that it's changing every day and it's constantly getting, every day I added that word, but that it is changing, it is different than it was when you modeled it. And so there's no way to even go back a few months to know what it was. And so it's like, on the one hand, it's so rigid, and maybe it's just that shot in time, but that's what I'm really struggling with understanding here is like so rigid, we can't get relatively recent commission decisions in it, but it's so dynamic, we can't still use it to calculate other things.
The dynamic portion of it, so throughout this entire year, as we get new capacity checks, new service applications, we're adding them into LoadSeer as part of our process. So we can't just revert back to what this, and we're also updating assumptions as we prepare for the next forecast, because this is an iterative process where we're constantly challenging ourselves and improving upon our assumptions, as you saw in the filing and in my testimony and in the plan. Like, we've taken a pretty big advancement in terms of how we're forecasting, and we're going to continue to do so as we go forward. But we're constantly prepping for the next forecast batch throughout the year. So those assumptions do get updated. those new lows get added as we refresh the forecast, and we use that from like, especially for the capacity check forecast that we use to evaluate new growth in the system. So there's not like a snapshot in the tool that we can just revert back to everything that was in place at the time that we generated the forecast for the DSP filing here. That's the dynamic nature of it from that we were referring to before.
And there's no, like, not to use silly terminology, but there's no save as. There's no way.
We're working with them on that.
Versions.
Yeah, we're working on that with them right now. That's not something that's offered in the tool. That was something that we've been actually talking to them for, not just based on the outcome of this hearing here, but or this conversation here, but it's something that we've been talking to them for several years now. That was something that we would want to have. So I think that's something that's in the pipeline to improve upon, but it's not capable of doing that currently. And then also to your other point, we need to make sure that we have all the inputs ready by the time we're starting to kick this process off within LoSEER. So all those different forecasts, to make sure that we're ready to compute the forecast and keep our process on track here. So if I think that's where the challenge is with the timing of all the different hearings and the outcomes. If we don't have all the most up-to-date information by that, like end of September, early October, we kind of have to roll with the most recent version that we have that's ready, that's complete and ready to use, so we can develop our forecasts. And it looks like Mr. Marsh may have some additional comments to add there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mino. And yeah, it's all right, Commissioner Gilman, I'd like to chime in. I mean, I certainly hear the concern. I think Mr. Mino offered examples actually where we're helping the OEMs improve their products. As again, I'll kind of reiterate, there's not a one-stop shop for modeling, and I certainly empathize with the sense that this feels very rigid. I think we've, in a number of proceedings now, laid out the planning process, and we've put information in front of this commission to try to figure out solutions to better work through these proceedings. However, I think there's another dimension here, and I kind of think back to, engineering school and math is, as we add planning variables and we increase the sophistication of the planning, there's that many more equations to solve for, if you will. And there's a concept in planning, which is, around snapping the line. So it kind of becomes this very difficult to solve for construct if we continue to add variables to the process of solutioning our systems. It's going to increase that rigidity and that complexity to solve for. So I'm very happy with the work that we've done with this commission, the way that we're evolving. And I certainly hear the concern, which is why we're pushing our vendors. But there's a lot here that we're now asking our planning engineers to solve for. And I'd say directionally, it's an order of magnitude 10 times more complex to solve for a singular feeder now than it was 5 years ago. So I think your comment on, the timing, the delay, and like clean heat versus this DSP, I agree with you. This DSP is probably conservative in comparison to what came out of the CHP outcome. And that's something we needed to think about. That's where that issue of snapping the line, where that comes to impact us on the planning construct and getting a full transparency into how that's driving investment.
Thank you. I think those are my only questions for now, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant.
Thanks. And I don't have nearly as much, so I'll go a little quicker. Appreciate it. So I think I'm trying to remember who it was answering a question from Commissioner Gilman about the heat pump COP. I think it was a COP of 2.31 minus, it was Mr. Schoenhader, that's right, at 5 degrees, and that's a highly efficient heat pump. And then if I understood you correctly, at -2, it's 1.9, and that's when you start to add in resistance heat, backup heat. Is that correct?
Yeah, and what might be helpful is if we can pull up slide 25 in our deck. This kind of summarizes, And Neil, are you running the deck? If you are, if you want to slide down to slide 25.
And as you're pulling that up, one of the questions I had around that is if you're operating at a 1.9 COP, why would you then add in resistance heat, which is 1.0?
Yep.
I mean, why
So that's a great question. And one of the pieces of the specification I did not go into detail on with Commissioner Gilman is the heating capacity, the output of the unit, which also changes with the outdoor air temperature. And so not to dive too far into the thermodynamics, but effectively, if you have the same size heat exchanger and same refrigerant flow, the larger the delta T between the interior space and the outside space from which you're getting the heat is, the less, not only the less capacity you have, but also the less efficient it is. And those kind of make sense, right? If you have a certain amount of compressor power and you can move less heat, it's going to therefore be less efficient to do it, right? And so the table on the right side here is the operational characteristics for the piece of equipment that we modeled. And, as a footnote, this is not, there is no existing piece of equipment that exactly matches this. But this is the sort of hypothetical, aggressively efficient future piece of equipment that we modeled. And what you see is the heat pump basically maintains its capacity from 47 degrees Fahrenheit, which is how heat pumps used to be rated, all the way down to 5 degrees. I think we have a slight degradation there. And then from 5 on down, it loses about half of its capacity between 5 degrees and minus 22 Fahrenheit. And we actually have the unit actually would shut off at 23 below, which to my knowledge, there aren't any heat pumps currently available that have a low temperature cutout at or below minus 23. Most, well, not most, but the sort of the best in the business right now cut out at minus 22, and then they won't re-enable until it gets up to about minus 10. So hopefully this chart kind of helps answer that. So, and the other piece of it is that the heating load, the amount of heat you need on a building increases linearly as the temperature gets colder, right? And so, if we have a heating load on the building of, I think it was roughly 38,000 BTUs at 5, that keeps going up as you get colder. So you kind of get a double whammy, maybe a triple whammy actually, of the space needs more heat the colder it gets. The heat pump provides less heat, is able to provide less heat, and the efficiency of the heat it provides is lower. And so you'll see a more of a sort of a quadratic function if you look at the actual KW that's used. But the other thing to note, and I probably should have drawn a little line on this figure, is the weather data that we used. And I think I say it in the text here, the coldest temperature that we experienced in the 8760 load profile that we built for space heating was that minus 3 degrees. So we're still in the range of a very efficient heat pump, versus if you think about like our gas design day, which is what, like our gas system size for from a heating standpoint, for most of Metro Denver is in the range of 25 below. So you could see that the KW from an all-electric heating system in a house would get significantly higher if we modeled it down to 22, 25 below than what we actually put into load SEER, which was, as I mentioned before, it's down at the bottom there, the maximum KW from all, and it's the exact KW from all, is 7.15 KW.
Great. Okay, so it's really that backup resistance heat is to meet the delta of the BTUs delivered, that because you're reduced in your number of BTUs that you can deliver per hour.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, understand.
Well, and I think the other salient point there is that we didn't just switch to that electric resistance. It's only shaving that very small peak.
10%.
So your overall system COP is still 1.85, which is the combination of the heat pump plus the electric resistance.
Right, gotcha. Okay, thank you. And this is a more sort of basic question. The y-axis on the graphs that we're looking at in that attachment are peak unit load percentage. Can you describe to me what that's telling me? Are you talking about each individual unit, or are you talking about what's the peak unit load percentage actually measuring?
I think I'm going to let Mr. Mino take that one.
Sure. Can you clarify which curve which graph you were talking about?
Yeah, this was in your attachment
The technical appendix.
105 D I don't have my glass on. DCM9 DO.
Okay. Yep.
CM9. Yeah.
So those 8760 curves are what we call on a per unit basis. So the scale is on percentage. So the way that it works is each technology will have a maximum demand that we're allocating to it, and then it's multiplied on that per unit scale to scale that 8760 curve to that technology type.
Okay, so each technology type over the entire distribution system is going to have a certain number that's associated with 100% of what you're allocating for that technology on the distribution system. And
correct,
where you are within that number that you allocated on the distribution system.
correct. So the peak would be that 100%, so that nameplate that we're referring to, and then throughout the entire year, it's a percentage of that peak based on the operation of the curve, essentially.
Okay.
So
And that peak is essentially your total number of those units that you're modeling. And if they were all running at once at maximum, that would be your 100%.
This is on a per device standpoint, but yes, all the different technologies that were allocated on this system would be coincident with that because they're using the same curve. But essentially, that 100% is the maximum that we're allocating to each device, and then it's scaled down throughout the year. And maybe Mark, you may want to caveat that a little bit.
If I may, I might just talk through the actual numbers that might help reinforce the concept. So the all electric space heating piece of equipment we were just talking about that has the maximum that any single one of them will hit is 7.15 kW. And looking at figure 18, that happens right at the end of December. And the reason it happens right at the end of December is that is when in that 8760 TMY3 year, the weather data, that is when that -3 Fahrenheit degree temperature happens, right? And so what you would see, and I this kind of relates back to a conversation that Commissioner Gilman and I had earlier, you know, the KW for the all electric heating will very closely follow the outdoor air temperature, meaning when it's really cold out, you'll have the highest level. And so what this shows you is, and I'm just going to kind of use that, I'm going to round it to 7 kW just for discussion purposes. We would have a 7 kW peak from every one of the all electric space heating customers in that right at the end of the year, at the end of December. If we move to the other side of the graph, so it looks like early in January, there's a point that is roughly, we're just going to call it 0.8 to make the math simple. On that day, or on that hour, each of those all electric space heating heat pumps would be using roughly 5.6 kW, the 7 times 0.8, 5.6, right? So you can scale all the way through, right? And so it's, if we were able to zoom in on this figure, you would see that throughout the day, you know, it's going to be, when it's colder outside, you're going to have it higher, and it's going to vary a little. Now, one other caveat is we, in order to smooth the load out, we did not use any setback thermostats in our modeling. And so like furnaces, if you like, many homes that have furnaces have a setback thermostat. And when you wake up, the temperature may increase 4 or 5 degrees, whatever, and you'll have a much it'll be running as fast as it can for, you know, a period of an hour or two to catch up. We have none of that in our model. We very conservatively sort of layered that, you know, smooth that all out. So you will see, like I said, a very inverse but following relationship between temperature and KW.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that description. I appreciate it. The last question I had was, as it relates to the air source heat pumps, I didn't see much discussion related to cooling and how that's being modeled within the model. So, I mean, there's certain assumptions you'll make around existing air conditioning that's replaced by beneficial electrification with more efficient cooling, but then there's also homes that didn't have any AC that now all of a sudden have some. So I'm just wondering, how do you handle those assumptions within your overall model?
Yeah, the short answer is, as we added the space heating heat pumps, we did not make any adjustments to cooling. And it's exactly for the reasons you indicated, in that within those adoptions, you're going to have some customers that previously did not have cooling and they will now, and you'll have other customers who previously had cooling and the new heat pump may be more efficient than cooling, but actually many of the cold climate heat pumps especially may actually be less efficient at peak than the existing cooling. And so as a simplifying assumption for the new heat pump adoptions, we effectively neglected the cooling.
So I just assume that it balances out, basically.
Yeah, for the new adoptions. And Mr. Mino, I know there's some underlying assumptions around like embedded cooling and whatnot. I don't know if you want to speak to those.
Yeah, so we allocated residential growth, commercial growth, industrial growth, and then the cooling demand is baked into the allocations there. So it's more inherent, and the load shapes also reflect that for those allocations. So the cooling demand is baked into the other technologies that we allocate, not necessarily represented here, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I have no other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Given that we're 3 hours into this and less than a third of the way through it, I'm gonna just focus on a handful of critical, my most interesting or most relevant questions. You guys mentioned that the water heater load shapes are based on NREL data. At some point, can you just file with a supplemental direct or separately what NREL data that's based on?
We can, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Mino, as I understand it, your forecasting goes through 2034, and that new distribution infrastructure is proposed in the current 5-year planning horizon. And in this case, for failures of the N-0 or N-1 tests through 2034. Am I wrong about that?
No, that's accurate. We're using a 10-year forecast and to influence our 5-year budget. That's correct.
So the seemingly somewhat ad hoc water heating assumptions you discussed with Commissioner Gilman are impacting the new distribution investments in this filing, consistent with the 2030s graph I had previously shown. Isn't that right?
I will caveat that the graph that showed new growth on the distribution system, it didn't show the existing load shapes. Those are residential hot water heaters, and typically residential feeders peak at an earlier time, but typically between like 5 and 8 is what I've primarily seen. So I think that that graph fails to capture the overall existing demand on the distribution system and how that new growth factors into it. So I would just caveat that there. That is part of the growth that we are anticipating in that 10-year portion, but I think that graph doesn't fully capture the full picture.
But that, I mean, that's just that graph is just your 8760. I'm just
of
showing
new
it
growth.
graphically, and that's what you use to drive your capital spending, right?
That was layered onto the existing system demand for each asset. So that graph that was shown was just the incremental growth on top of that. It didn't capture the existing load profile of the distribution system. And also, it's kind of hard to extrapolate things at an aggregate level for the distribution system. It really, the way we look at it is each individual asset and how that loading pattern adds on to the existing system demand for that individual feeder or individual substation transformer. It's really hard to make generalities about the distribution system at an aggregate.
Mr. Pollack, did you want to add something?
I was just hoping to clarify a little bit. So while there is a 10-year load forecast reflected in the DSP, the 5-year budget, capital budget, is based upon the next 5 years of activity to serve those capacity needs. So with the exception of some long lead time projects like substations, you wouldn't see any investment being triggered by, let's say, a 2031 load or 2032 load being reflected in that capital budget.
That's not what I understood Mr. Minor to say. What he said was that if there's a 2031 N-0 or N-1 test failure, that is going to show up in the current 5-year capital plan.
So we initiate projects within that 5-year plan. A substation takes a long time to construct. I don't think we anticipate all 35 of the new distribution substations to be in service by the end of 2029, which is that 5-year window. But given the amount of time it takes to build a new substation, we initiate them in that 5-year budget to look for land, to start the process, to start some high-level engineering, things like that. So some of that cost is reflected, but it's not the entire scope of that equipment that we'd be building out, essentially.
Understood.
And I think sorry, go ahead, Chair.
No, please.
I think it'd be fair to say, Mr. Minor, that most of the projects, aside from those substations, of which there are significantly fewer quantity, those are projects that we would expect to occur long before the 2030s. They would be budgeted and put into service. Well, they'd be budgeted and reflected in the budget in the next 5 years, and likely put into service within a few years of their in-need date. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, new substation transformers, new distribution feeders that we have funded in the 5-year budget, we're anticipating to be in service within that horizon. So that's more some of those longer range assets that we need to initiate early on to make sure that we can have them in service by when the system needs it, which may stretch beyond that 5-year budget.
Ms. Federico, can you pull up the second graph I sent? And despite the July date in this heading, let me represent to you that this graph is showing the system peak day in August of 2030, again from the 8760 that you sent us. Through managed charging or aggressive demand charges and time of use pricing, couldn't we flatten out this load shape in ways that might greatly reduce the distribution capital spending?
Don't mind giving me a minute here just to process this graph.
It's the same as the other one. It's just on, given that your comments that, a winter peak in 2035 was less relevant in determining investment in the next 5 years, although it sounds like still somewhat relevant. I asked the team to pull together a 2030 summer coincident peak day, and it's still pretty spiky. So I guess the question is, couldn't we flatten out this load shape in ways that might greatly reduce the distribution capital spending?
Yeah,
so
I would just reiterate a comment I mentioned previously, is that this doesn't capture the existing demand shape and how the overall new load impacts each individual asset. It's really challenging to look at the distribution system at an aggregate level like this. We really look at this on a locational specific basis, where each of these assets are located, how these shapes are influencing the future load shape based on the existing demand that's already on the system. So I struggle with that question a little bit, because this isn't fully capturing the entire picture.
Yeah, maybe simplify that a bit, it's hard to distill or understand whether there'd be any investments triggered just by looking at this load shape at a coincident basis. You have to take the load shapes of the 25 load shapes that Mr. Minor's team models and loads here and look at the aggregate load shape, and then you apply that against the existing capacity on a feeder, which there's not, unlike the bulk system where we've got, one sort of limit we're planning to with our planning reserve margin. Each of the available capacity in each feeder is going to be different. So it's hard to say whether or not this is going to trigger investments just from solely looking at the peak evenness. The second part of your question, Chair, I think there's absolutely opportunities to explore reducing the peaks. I think time of use can be challenging because those rates are generally designed to trigger and avoid the bulk system needs. I'm not aware of utilities that have implemented locationally specific distribution rates in the way that time of use rates functions today. On the managed charging side, I think absolutely, you heard from Ms. Irwin a little bit earlier, we're working with our managed charging vendor to start looking at ways we can optimize charging specifically for reducing distribution impacts. We're also working on some initiatives with a vendor, which we mentioned in our DSP, to look at opportunities for load flexibility using our AMI data to help flatten and better integrate both load and DER. So we're absolutely committed to looking at those opportunities. But I also want to reiterate that this graph alone is not necessarily conclusive enough to say that it's driving investment. You really have to look at it in the context of available capacity in every individual feeder and asset.
Well, I just say we asked for the residential, the total residential load, and I don't think we were able to get it, although maybe it comes in the March 21st supplemental direct filing. But back to your supplemental direct testimony variance motion, is it reasonable to ask us to approve a multi-billion-dollar set of distribution of investments without understanding whether it could be significantly reduced or avoided by altering the load shape during maybe a couple of 100 hours per year?
I'm going to jump in, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to maybe take a guess that you're looking at, especially the shape of the orange, the EVs. You've got a lot of peak driving from that new load, whether or not it's hitting a specific feeder or sub, which, Mr. Pollock is appropriately caveating against that assumption. But just looking at this orange, Ms. Irwin probably has some thoughts about the cost of managing EV charging. That's also not free. And just eyeballing this graph, which everyone at XL is seeing kind of for the first time, this reflects to some extent, this is a residential graph. This is to some extent when the vehicle is home. We're seeing, hour 18 here, that's 6 p.m. The vehicle has arrived at home. It may be gone from 8 a.m. to around 6 p.m. or so. So that is some degree shaping that. It may not be as shapeable as we might like. And I think that's part of the factor here. So I don't know, Ms. Irwin, if you wanted to add more onto the, kind of our more recent thinking on managed EV charging.
Yeah, happy to. So I think to expand on Mr. Eiley's point, we always want to be managing load in a way that is cost effective compared to alternatives. That would be why we would be doing it. And so, when we think about moving from managing EV charging on the bulk system and responding to bulk system signals, and as Mr. Pollock talked about earlier, being managed through our commercial operations, sort of signal dispatch, to an approach that manages charging at the distribution system, that is more complex to administer and requires additional systems like the DERM system that Mr. Pollock was talking about. There are also implementation costs associated with that, primarily with regards to data and integration with auto manufacturers and vehicles directly. So, the more complicated of an approach we're trying to take, the likely more it will cost us to accomplish that. And so while we very much intend to do that, we don't yet know the full scope of what that costs. And so I think, you know, as we move into the future here, you will see us moving towards managing charging for distribution system needs, but we will also be learning more about what that costs. And, you know, from our initial look at that, you were expecting that to have a material cost, right? And so I think we don't want to sort of jump to a conclusion about what is a cost-effective approach to managing that charging, and need to be thoughtful about that.
I guess just two questions. Just looking at the graph, and again, this is just the 8760 you sent over. It does seem like the distribution peak is fairly coincident with the generation system peak. Maybe it hangs around a little later. But two, I mean, well, all right. I guess I'll stop there.
If I could share one quick comment on, you know, our current approach to managing charging, which is focused on the bulk system, is also substantially oriented at maximizing the use of renewable energy. And so I think that's just something to also think about, the hours of the day in which that renewable energy is available, as that is, you know, what we are aiming for at this point with our program.
Understood. That's it for my questions on this. I just would say I'd like to, on advice of council, I think we'd like to take up the variance motion next Wednesday. So if parties have comments, they might try and get them in, say, Monday. Although I don't think we're going to issue an order in this case, but I just throw that out there, given that a number of the parties are on this call. Should we move to the next subject item? Mr. Eiley, you want to move to the data centers? Do you have an introductory set of remarks, or should we just jump into commissioner questions?
I don't believe we had any introductory remarks. I think we're bringing up Mr. Bailey to primarily represent that issue in conjunction to some degree with Mr. Goodenough, but I think we can go right into it, unless Mr. Bailey tells me otherwise.
He looks ready. He's poised. Why don't we just keep rotating, Commissioner Plant? Questions on data centers for Mr. Bailey?
Yeah, I was wondering if in your model you are, I mean, you break out large loads among, you know, sort of different kinds of large loads. Data centers are all kind of, as far as I could tell, treated pretty much the same. And I was wondering if you're looking at different types of data centers. Are they, you know, crypto mining? Are they AI? Are they, you know, some other sort of data center? And are you incorporating any assumptions around flexibility within that demand that might be feasible? For example, my understanding is that about 50% of the compute at a AI center is on learning, and so that might be movable or adjustable to a certain degree. And I'm wondering if there were any sorts of assumptions around flexibility of the demand among those different types of data centers.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Blank, Commissioner Plant, Commissioner Gelman. Appreciate the question. I'm going to answer that maybe in a couple parts, and I think the modeling, I have Mr. Goodenough or Mr. Landrum jump in, but I think to your question on, I want to be very clear, the data centers that we're modeling in, I think TLB1 that you referenced, are not crypto. They are truly either a data center AI, think about AI or machine learning in that regard. We do not, in this initial phase of what we've produced, differentiate between an inference model or a learning model et cetera. We're utilizing the feedback we're getting from those customers in verbatim. Regard to load flex, and I think as your follow-up question, we have significant discussions with all of these customers, and we do this across other industries as well, but specifically with data centers. We've talked about their capability to shift load or reduce load. Currently, a majority predominant on-site backup generation is our diesel gensets. In that regard, the technology for, let's say, battery storage or maybe converting to natural gas as an example, which could be more efficient, the cost and the technology is just not there. And so we will continue to have those discussions. The point about the model, when we don't take into account any type of shift in that regard to your question, but I may have Mr. Goodenough weigh in. The last point I'll make on that is, as we have spoken to these customers, when you think about their capital investment in the data center, it's multiple billions of dollars. And what they are challenging us with is we need the reliable generation and capacity there. We want to utilize our technology to run their system internally. That's their most profitable source. And so they are still continuing to pursue load flex. I think what they will look at as they pursue that is, can that bring generation on sooner? Can they move their timeline to the left of getting onto our system? And so we have had those discussions and will continue. We're looking at other resources and challenging other utilities to maybe give us some feedback on what they are doing. It's just not advancing as quickly as we would hope.
So my understanding is the assumption is that there's not really any load flex capability, and if there were any, that would be a additional benefit to the system. But in terms of modeling, there's no load flex that's assumed.
That's accurate.
Yeah, that's correct, and you captured it correctly earlier, Commissioner Plant, and then Mr. Bailey said it correctly as well. We are making the same assumptions for all of the data center load at this point. I would note that they're all, anticipated to be extremely high load factor. So, there might be a differential between a 95% or a 90%, but either way, it's going to be a pretty flat load. And as we start to see these customers connect and actually, ramp up and start to use the system, we'll learn what their load shape looks like and kind of make that adjustment going forward as we do our modeling. But for now, we're assuming a very high load factor.
And do you have any sense obviously, as you increase load on the system and you increase sales, that can have a downward impact on the rates. However, you're also having to add a bunch of generation and possibly transmission and possibly other infrastructure improvements that add cost to the system. Are you getting any sense of where that balance comes out? Does it come out to, the positive for the ratepayers in your modeling, or are you coming out to the negative, or are you coming out basically flat?
I can jump in, Commissioner Plant. This is really the subject of the long-term rate forecasting part of the agenda, but we can hit a little bit of that now. I mean, we see a fairly robust trend where when we have the additional loads on there, and subject to some pretty simplified and somewhat fungible cost allocation principles, but the strong trend is that when we're adding the new emerging large loads, we see a positive benefit to rates, meaning the other customers could realize a benefit to that. And we laid out, there have been several requests from the commission. We actually laid out the results on a slide that we can bring up later. But maybe we can park that for now, but I think the answer is yes, there is benefit, and we're happy to discuss it in more detail.
And do you know if the modeling on that, and again, if you want to talk about this during the rate impact discussion, does that include any potential transmission investment?
Yes, it sort of elevates the capital across generation and transmission, and it sort of moves it up and down depending on the assumption that we have made for the large loads coming into that. And that's what we modeled at some level of complexity in our long-term rate forecasts. that we
I
have.
know that thanks for that. I know that you've modeled these various impacts, and obviously the impacts are different depending on where the data center or the large load is located on the system. And I know that you have, some incentive proposals around locating load in some of the the just transition areas. Have you noticed a decrease in cost to the system based on where you might target those loads? And have you identified those potential areas where you could decrease the cost to the system overall in terms of trying to attract those loads?
Mr. Marks, I see your hand up, and maybe you want to come in on this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Eiley. Thank you, Commissioner Plant. I actually had raised my hand because I wanted to offer a little commentary as well, Commissioner Plant, on the load flex question, but we'll go back to that if that's okay.
Yeah.
So yes, we certainly do see some advantages when you think about modeling this, and a high outgrowth of data centers on our system. I think we made our data center assumptions very clear in our JTS filing, and so you do see around kind of like what we have referred to as the fringe of the Denver metro area. We do see, like a lower system cost kind of occur out there in the sense of transmission investment impact. So that's a scenario that we've put out there for consideration. We've also had many conversations with data center companies because there's more to the equation than just balancing infrastructure costs. They need access to talent. They need access to other resources such as water, certain raw materials, right? They have to run their business. And so there's not a utility only construct to balance here. So we've sought some feedback on that kind of emergence of this, I think we've loosely called it data center row, in that kind of Eastern Aurora area is where we see, one of the better opportunities for our system. Second to that, I'd say it's something that we continue to evaluate. Bulk power systems are dynamic. They change with the level of resources on the system and the type of resources. Bulk power flows based on both demand as well as where generation wants to push the electrons, as it were. And so that's something that we expect that we'll continue to evaluate on an ongoing basis. But for now, it's that Eastern metro area, which seems like it's the best target opportunity.
Okay, and I think you wanted to address, I appreciate that. You wanted to address the flex question too.
Yeah, so that's another topic area where I've had a lot of conversations personally with data center companies and their executive leadership. It's a question I ask with frequency. I agree with Mr. Bailey's description of it. Many of them are willing to entertain the idea, but they've said, at the end of the day, they're going to run their data center and they may need to contemplate diesel or natural gas fueled resources to do so. I'm aware of a couple data center companies and technology outfits that are contemplating novel load flex technologies that, in their words, can kind of work seamlessly across a suite of energy solutions. It's not my place to divulge their competitive advantage and how they're contemplating that. However, it's a couple that I'm aware of. That said, I'm also aware of several industry research initiatives, one that would possibly occur here in Colorado to start testing some of these flex concepts. So I just wanted to state pretty transparently from what we've heard from the data center companies, it's not yet fully commercially mature, and it's not yet part of the business strategy of the majority of these data center companies.
Okay, thanks. And are there any assumptions around self-generation that are associated with any of the potential data center projects?
As in like how we model them? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have had some data center companies that have requested both electric and gas service. We have not done sensitivity modeling, looking at like the interplay of, trying to retrieve some sort of arbitrage value from mixing between the two. Ultimately, I mean, that's going to be limited by local air permitting. And that's something that, we would need more information from the data center companies, and we need to have a different kind of conversation with them around like what that would look like. I've not heard though much interest in that type of energy arrangement. I think Mr. Bailey characterized that very, very well in the sense that, they don't view that as their core business.
So any self-generation discussion has been around basically gas turbines and on-site gas generation. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Bailey, if you want to chime in, feel free. I'm not aware of technology specifics on recips versus turbines, so go for it if you have the answer to the commissioner's question.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Plant. I think it's a multiple factors. What the customers are looking for are the most economical solutions. And in our opinion, and Mr. Martz characterized it correctly, it's not as advancing as quickly as they would like to see. They would love to see reduced costs in battery storage. I think in some areas of the country where there's access to natural gas solutions, you've seen hopefully you've all seen some public announcements about utility and customer partnerships for combined cycles. CTs that are in front of the meter, but are also utilized as a system asset to help and support reliability. And so those are the areas that I think could advance more quickly depending on the jurisdiction and the decisions by the end use customer.
Okay, thanks. Dang it, I had one more question, but I can't remember. I'll leave it there. Sorry.
Yeah, we can go to Commissioner Gilman and come back at the end if you'd like. Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, just curious, based on the confidence level, I think what is it, when it's above 80% confidence that they're gonna join the system, allocate 100% of the load and just a portion thereof below that 80%, is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. And those confidence levels are really more categories. So anything that's kind of tabbed with a greater than 80% is highly likely, and then 50 to 79 is likely. And those are the loads or portion of loads that we're including in the forecast.
Okay. And has there been, I guess, has anyone else contributed to that kind of matrix in terms of the evaluation of the likelihood or confidence of them joining the system, or has that purely been an internal process at Public Service?
So I'll let Mr. Bailey speak to the assignment of the probabilities.
So thank you, Commissioner Gelman, for the question. My team works across jurisdictions, but specifically for PSCO, we work directly with the customers, receive the data, go through the process that is outlined in my testimony, and really trying to be deliberate about the loads that we forecast. And we want to be certainly direct about this is going to be real, or we feel like we will get to a finish line with an ESA. And so we have those customer interviews. Then we work with Mr. Goodenough's team to provide that data, and then internalize, measure that data and forecast it. And so it is, to your question, it is an internal work product, but we also are doing multiple interviews with customers and ensuring that we're getting the data that is needed to give Mr. Goodenough the right information.
Okay, and I'm curious, I think this will be kind of across each of the things, the large loads and potentially even BE and EVs. I'm curious to what degree you all factor in kind of the uncertainty around economic conditions. I mean, obviously, I think things may look different now than they did when you developed your forecast, way back when the slide showed you did. But there's clearly increasing concerns and discussion about a potential recession coming. Don't know if that's what will play out or not, but I'm curious, to what degree do you understand like the sensitivity of economic conditions and all of these forecasts, and maybe start specifically with large loads, which might be easier to pin down, what that impact might be, and then on the development of BV and BE and EV, which are driving this forecast. So just curious how you consider that, or how it could be considered.
Mr. Bailey, would you like to take the economics of the large loads?
Yes, I think, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I won't be predictive here, but I certainly share your and respect your question. You know, the one thing I will point to is we are consistently meeting with these customers. I think since my filing and my testimony, I think it represents, I think we had 9 customers who were going through the SIS study. Since that time, we've taken on an additional 10 who have paid us, and we're going through that process. So we believe, and we watch closely, that the advancement of AI and the need for machine learning is only going to increase. Now, efficiencies will happen. I can't predict the economics of, you know, a potential recession or otherwise, but from what we're receiving and from customers, and as we speak to them, they are not seeing a slowdown in the needs for advancement in their work and advancement for new generation and transmission service.
So moving on to EVs, if we can. So the way the EV forecast is modeled, it's a combination of the BAS diffusion kind of technology adoption S-curve modeling and a payback model. And then it's an average of the two that's taken as the forecast. So, I mean, certainly in that economic payback model, there are, you know, assumed decreases in battery prices. There's assumptions about gas prices, assumptions about incentives to adopt EVs. So the adoption rate will be very sensitive to those assumptions. So if those were to change dramatically from 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago when the forecast was created, that would result in a lower forecast. Of course, there could be, you know, countering impacts at the state level, right? That offset some of the federal changes potentially. And then the BAS diffusion model, you know, we've seen accelerating adoption, so that's what that model continues to give us. If that does slow down, we'll pick up that slowdown in that modeling, and that'll result in a lower forecast as well. But certainly some risk to the EV forecast, given, you know, what we've been hearing in the news lately.
Yeah, thanks for adjusting that. Curious with regard to, you know, Commissioner Plant had a lot of questions on backup power demand flexibility, you know, the extent to which backup power can be used for demand flexibility. I share a lot of those questions, but I don't need to rehash all of them. But I'm curious in terms of looking at serving these large loads from what would be needed, you know, locally on the ground to just making sure we have the generation in time to serve them. Is it possible that there is a speed advantage? Like, as I understand in some of these projects, they're looking for quick. So is there a speed advantage potentially to having, you know, full on-site backup or self-generation capabilities in terms of being able to develop before, say, the generation, you know, which we're facing some difficulties in contracting right now, could come online? You know, could that be an incentive to ensure that customers do have those sorts of capabilities, which also, you know, could in turn lessen their impact on the peaking of the grid?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gilman, for the question. In full agreement, and please know we're obviously advocates of having the right load flex DR that's part of the system that helps and protects all customers. To your question, you know, directly, as we work with these hyperscalers and these customers, they do want to move as quickly as possible, but they also want to make sure it's safe and reliable, and it's not impactful to a region. There are some test cases, I'm not as familiar in the US, but I think outside globally, where these customers are doing on-site generation and effectively islanding in some areas. Now, there are nuances to that in the US related to permitting and access to potentially natural gas pipelines for baseload generation. But also it takes an immense amount of land, if you think about if you want to do a microgrid as an example, to put you know, battery storage, if you wanted to do, you know, a couple 100 acres or 1,000 acres of solar. So they like the impact of working with the utility and being connected to a native system. That gives them that security, but they are looking, and they will continue to look at opportunities for investment if it is right for them. That's why we believe that as we work with them and work through this process as efficiently as we can be, we can meet their needs because of our reliability, because of our rates, because of our access to our progress with carbon-free resources. It's a great complement. And so our goal is to do that, but we also, in a competitive world, got to make sure that we are not providing restrictions that force them to make those decisions, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And then just kind of curious, maybe from more of a practical standpoint, given that these forecasts and proceedings take so long to put together, let alone to litigate, you know, and the forecasting even now we're looking at is a year old, if not more. How do you make the actual decisions on the ground if you get a large facility that wants to come online quicker, but you're showing that would trigger some resource adequacy concerns or something like that, and you're forecasting, you know, how do you decide which loads get connected? Just curious.
Mr. Eiley, I want to make sure I'm thinking about policy and process here, but I don't want to overstep your thought.
Yeah, I was thinking of like, to what degree is it a commercial type of decision? I mean, we have to ensure the reliability of the system for the customers that we do have. And then it's a question of when can you add new loads? And to some extent, that's sort of a question of the queue in which they come to us. I mean, and that speaks to sort of the load interconnection agreements as well, which is its own process. So we would, I mean, I think we all deeply respect the regulatory process, but we also recognize the time that it does take. And we're encountering this era in which the pace of the large loads, what they prefer to get, and you know, would argue that they need to get, is the slope sort of exceeds our ability to process this, both to build it and then the process it regulatorily as well. So it's not an easy question to answer. And I don't know, Tom, if you had more to say on the commercial front.
Yeah, and yes, thank you, Mr. Eiley. I think also it's the balance. We have to really use our commercial efforts to understand when we commit to an ESA, when we get to that final stage gate of our process outlined in my testimony, that we are confident that we can get to that end use asset for them. And obviously it takes this entire group and the commission to get that done. And so we do have to be diligent about that and ensure that we're walking those projects appropriately. And I think, as you've seen, we've worked to forecast appropriately, but also maybe on the conservative side of the amount of projects we have, because we do have great demand. And so we want to be in the right time frame for those customers and meet their needs. And we have to be upfront with them and communicate properly that this is the process. And certainly each jurisdiction has diversity in that, but we will work through that. It's a hard question. I mean, it's a great question we grapple with certainly every day. Mr. Marchi, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, may I chime in, Commissioner Gilman?
Sure.
Yeah, great question. I think it's one of the hardest ones the utility industry is trying to answer over the next 5 to 10 years and more. You know, I think about this within the framework of the order of operations. There's, you know, I'd say that I'd put it like this: the last 18 months to 2 years of how, you know, the data center industry has really grown up and expanded beyond kind of the footprint of Virginia, you know, has impacted many utilities, many commissions. We've had to learn from one another very quickly, and these data center companies, which are normally used to dealing with, you know, maybe 1 to 2, 5, maybe at most regulatory constructs, are now trying to figure out, you know, more of a national and even global footprint, trying to identify, you know, how do they create the next business opportunity. And I think speed to market is certainly an aspect of that. Our reaction to that is try to be transparent with them about how our commissions work. You know, we work with multiple commissions, obviously, being a multi-state jurisdictional utility, and there are differences. And so we try our best to educate them on those differences. What I think is unique about Colorado, and you're going back to this order of operations concept, we do have to maintain a FERC regulated open access transmission tariff as well. Most of these are transmission service customers. And so there's some interplay there in terms of how you manage that OAT, as we call it, open access transmission tariff queue. and their request for transmission service and how that works with state regulated constructs. And so again, what we've done is try to be transparent around that. We've worked with data center companies directly, as well as their industry trade groups, to inform them of what the construction timelines are for transmission, as well as generation, as well as our regulatory pathways. And right now, unfortunately, that's a somewhat linear sequence. And so we're actively challenging ourselves to try to find ways to streamline that. But it's something that we need to sort out. I think the other fear that I have, as well, as like as we're thinking about, you know, total energy service to a data center, there's a generation piece and a transmission piece in general. And if we start to scrub out data center load from one of those elements, it's going to impact the other. Because if we start to contemplate lower load forecasts and we kind of depress the JTS forecast, when we come back and we look at our transmission plan, we're going to base it off the same forecast. And so we're not going to holistically look at how data center load can impact both G and T. So that's what I mean when I say there's a significant order of operations here that we have to sort out.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you. It's understanding that Colorado may not be particularly attractive state, at least for the largest new data centers, because we don't have a manufacturing exemption to sales and use tax that 30 other states have. So just does the company share this concern? How are you addressing it? And does it give you pause about, or should it give us pause about the forecast?
Thank you, Chairman Blank, and appreciate the question. And I recognize that those incentives in other states, and I've actually in my past life testified in favor of those in certain states related to large manufacturing. My response would be, I don't think you all and we should take a pause based upon the fact that there's not that economic incentive currently. Understanding it's gone through the legislative process the last couple of years and it's there now. Certainly, we will support the General Assembly's decision and the governor's decision to sign that if it is voted on and approved. Where we really look at the advantages of Colorado, we are seeing great demand based upon the urban metro center, the access to Western markets, and this is feedback from customers. The access to Western markets, an underserved area. Denver as kind of a launching point when we go west. Great fiber, great access to land and workforce, and so those are complementary. When we've spoken to these customers, obviously we've got approximately 20 in my TLB1. They're coming here and asking for this service without the guarantee of those incentives. And so we will watch it carefully. We will certainly, support the actions of any decision made at the legislature. I will say, as I've watched this in other jurisdictions in the U.S., a pass of that type of incentive will increase demand in my expectation. And so we will have to manage that appropriately as we've done now. And so I think it's very important to kind of watch the macro side of the economic decisions, but I do not take pause right now that Colorado is at that disadvantage.
I just say I appreciate the filing of the lower load forecast. At least it gives us a record to look at, all the options and have the parties have a full dialogue. So appreciate that. You mentioned that you're seeing a number of data centers located in Aurora and elsewhere in the Denver metro area. If we site these data centers in Denver, which is, as I understand it, a transmission constrained region, won't it potentially greatly increase the new transmission required to serve that load? So just factually, is it fair to say Aurora is in the transmission constrained region? I think it is, because it's on the 230 kV, not the 345 kV system. But won't siting all the data centers there greatly increase our need for new transmission investment?
Yeah, I'll chime in, Chairman. So partially accurate, but not fully accurate. That's not exactly off of that system. It straddles both systems, the 230 and the 345. And in our last system cluster study that was looked at as a result of this JTS, looking at data center row, we don't see it as impacting the Denver metro area. As far as data center load that's further within that metro area, that would further require transmission investment. We have not seen that, so I don't believe we stated that. So it is on the fringe. Part of it touches the 230 system, but it mostly impacts the 345 system, which is outside of that constraint.
So in the JTS, you're showing something like, what is a very large number, $38 billion of new transmission over the next 20 years. If the data centers aren't contributing to that I guess I'll just ask it as a question. Are the data centers contributing to that new need? Or, what's driving it? Just the same BE and EV load shapes we were looking at in the DSP?
Well, I can't speak to that figure specifically because I don't have it in front of me. However, the work that we did on the transmission as part of JTS was not an exercise in guessing demand and then trying to figure out how transmission meets it. It's as much about servicing and providing a flow path for the new and incremental generation onto the system, as well as alleviating system constraints. And I'd say this, and if Mr. Lane would like to come on and comment, I would welcome him to do that. But I mean, not all generation is the same. It also has its own generation profile. And so what we did in JTS was look for the specific stresses on the system to contemplate a number of different scenarios, one of which was a 900 megawatt PPP scenario to see what kind of interplay happens on the transmission system. So I don't agree with the generality that data centers are the sole driver of transmission investment there. Depending on the scenario, there's somewhere between 6,000 and 14,000 megawatts of renewable additions that are occurring in the JTS. And there's multiple drivers for transmission investment as part of that JTS analysis.
Do you have estimates of the transmission capital spend? If we assume that, say, 80% of the new data center load was located, in the southeastern portion of the state where the renewable energy resources are, perhaps if there was a sales and use tax exemption, we could put the new load where it most benefited the system. Have you guys looked?
I can't speak to that sensitivity, Chairman. We did not run that. I think we'd have to go talk to the data center companies. Like I said a little bit ago, I mean, they have to balance business model as well, which includes having staffing for their data centers, having other access to resources. And I've not yet seen a request from a data center company looking to locate there. So we could contemplate a sensitivity there. I would caution we need to talk about that with our customers, because again, that's not part of what they've expressed interest in.
I mean, maybe, but if it was more valuable to the system and it was linked to a sales and use tax exemption.
I don't disagree as a theoretical, but again, that's a business model they need to contemplate, because they need to go talk to those municipalities, talk about how they get the talent there to run those data centers. Right now, I can tell you, I think it's possibly a theoretical exercise. I can't tell you that I have faith that would produce a tangible outcome.
Fair enough. The next, Mr. Eiley.
I was just going to add on to your question concerning the 38 billion. There is some degree of transmission investment. I know exactly where that estimate came out of in our modeling. There's some degree of transmission investment that may be covered by the data centers, and we frankly need to dig into our assumptions to see what the 38 is covered, perhaps not by the data centers, but to some degree there's additional amounts that are. And I think we could probably clean that up and kind of confirm that a little bit, with follow-up information to the commission.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful as the dialogue continues in both these cases.
But agree with Mr. Martz that it's not the only driver. The large loads are not the only driver in that differential. In fact, it may be a somewhat muted driver, given that I think there is some large load contribution that's not on the books that you're seeing here.
Okay. Mr. Martz?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I can, so I tried to raise my hand with my Zoom app, but it says it's not working. I apologize for that. Just another thing.
This works.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Riley, opportunity for us to clarify assumptions on that. Just another thing I note though as well is with transmission level service, we do assign those costs directly to data centers. So when we do our system impact study and then our facility service, we call it FSA, facility service agreement. We would look at our tariff, and our tariff would generally assign those direct transmission service costs to the customer. So agree with Mr. Riley. We'll go back and clarify that.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. It seems like at least in the first EDR rate case we saw, maybe we didn't quite collectively get that cost allocation as right as we might have. Commissioner Plant, you remember your question? You're up, sir.
My last question. Yeah. Thank you. So one question that I had is, I think, as you were talking about, it's been a while since you developed these projections of loads, particularly around data centers. And since then, NVIDIA's upped the efficiency of their chip at least 2 times. And then, of course, there was the DeepSeek model, which is a much higher efficiency. I'm wondering if you have incorporated, or have you thought about how you would incorporate any of these technological advances and efficiency advances in some of your load forecasts?
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. I'll speak maybe a little bit more to your question on the macro. I felt like you're kind of going into maybe how are the customers viewing the efficiencies that are gaining, and then maybe ask Mr. Goodenough to talk about the forecasting. We had, once that DeepSeek announcement came out probably a month ago, we went out and interviewed our major customers. So think about the top 5 to 10 customers that are looking across globally to expand, but in the US with the largest expansion, they're not pulling back because they know, kind of efficiency will help this business, and they expect those efficiencies to happen. They just believe that they'll be able to utilize that same amount of energy in a smaller space, and so they still need that demand, but they can do more with it. They also are very cautious about efficiencies that can't be produced or confirmed. And so while they respect what DeepSeek has announced, they want to make sure that it is accurate in what we're doing. So I don't believe, and Mr. Goodenough, that we have taken into account that type of change, but we've just been conservative in what we put in the forecast.
Yeah, agreed. Given the kind of the commentary that Mr. Bailey just provided on the discussions with the customers, they have not indicated that they now require less power. So we have not kind of folded that into the forecast at this point.
So even with the improvements in the efficiency of the NVIDIA chips and things like that, you haven't seen any reduction. What you're saying is they would just make their data center bigger, as opposed to reducing the amount of load that would be required of the system.
They would yes, Commissioner Plant. They would actually try to use the same per square footage and factor in more chips and more computing, but expanding the energy consumption just in a more efficient manner.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate the question. We're getting that throughout our jurisdictions about how to manage that. And so we're also learning too. I mean, it is a major paradigm shift for all utilities. And so we're watching, we're learning, we're gaining access to our counterparts. And so it's an exciting time, but certainly something that we have to manage appropriately.
Well, given that we're now 4 hours into the 5 hours and we're about halfway through, why don't we take a little bit of a break to 4:05, and then I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner Gilman, and why don't you just ask whatever question is most relevant, most important to you, and we'll just go around one by one and just try and get our questions answered as best we can, or at least asked. Does that make sense to you, given where we're at, Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, that works. What time are we coming back?
4:05, just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Mr. Eiley?
Yep. Yeah. We want to try to help
Right.
you in the time we've got here.
Yeah, thanks. All right, let's take a break till 4:05, and we'll come back starting with you, Commissioner Gilman.
Thank you.
God.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I'll just maybe ask a few and then go to you, and I'll see if I have any more when you're complete. Mr. Riley, I have a few questions kind of for Mr. Mino, I think most particularly. Some of the information is contained within confidential attachments to testimony, but I'm fairly certain I can ask the questions broadly enough that we don't get into trouble here. Mr. Mino, as I go to the confidential attachment DCM2C, which is the grid needs assessment, which we won't pull up because I don't think we need to get into confidential session to just talk about my general question here. The number of new banks and feeders and subs in your testimony here, I can't quite reconcile with the number of projects that I'm seeing identified in DCM2C. And I was just wondering if there might be a reason for that.
Are you talking future substations or existing substations?
Well, the projects identified here within the grid needs assessment tab of the grid DCM2C.
So, guess I'm not sure what the discrepancy is.
I think on page 88 of your testimony, you go through the number of new feeders, banks, and substations you expect in each of the 13 planning districts. And I wasn't exactly reconciling the same number of projects from the attachment.
I'd have to double check that. I'm not quite sure what the discrepancy is without a little more specifics, but I don't know if we can jump into the specifics. Might need to take a look at that and get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could just take a look and maybe file it with a supplemental direct, that'd be great.
Yeah. Will do.
Another question, within DCM1C, which is another attachment to your testimony, I'm curious for substations that have only one bank, and that's a thing, right? There are some substations that have only one bank.
Yep.
Also within that attachment, I was seeing some discrepancy between the bank loads and substation loads, which I would assume if a substation only has one bank, the bank load should equal the substation load, but let me know if I'm mistaken on that.
That should be the case.
Okay, so if you could take a look at that also in attachment DCM1C to see why it's not on every single one, but it is quite prevalent that the
well, actually, maybe
yeah.
So you're saying the bank load is different than the substation load, or the feeder loads are different than the
the bank load is different than the substation load, but they are single bank substations.
Sometimes we serve non-distribution customers or non-Excel distribution customers from those substations, so there could be some of that being factored in, but without knowing the specifics, I can't quite speak to it. I'll take a look at that and respond in my supplemental.
Okay, I appreciate that. But and then I just wanted to get into, without getting into like IDs of the substations or feeders, within the Mountain Energy Project filing, the company made it identified about $28 million worth of potential distribution system upgrades needed to be made, I think primarily in Summit County, in order to accommodate those. And they're broken on, I think 8 million about was for some different feeder upgrades, and then about 20 million for substation upgrade in Breckenridge. Does that sound familiar?
It does. Yep, I'm familiar with the upgrades for that project, for that effort. Yep.
Okay. So it's a little unclear, in the testimony in that proceeding, it seems as though that those costs are kind of being allocated to that project. it says that the feeder projects in Leadville and Dillon are expected to be introduced in a future 5-year plan, but the need was already identified. And then it says that the BRAC substation upgrades were required solely because of the MPAs in that portfolio. But when I look up the actual substation ID, it seems as though it is given a project ID. And so that to me might indicate that it is a project that's already planned in this DSP. So I don't know if you can clarify that for me as well.
I'd have to take a look and see which ones are actually in the DSP here. I know some projects we do identify that don't quite get funded because of the level of risk that is there, and the timing of that. But I'd have to take a look and see which specific projects we've called for in here relative to the Mountain Energy project.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be helpful if you could make that link because I was not immediately understanding. I kind of understood from the Mountain Energy filing that that substation was not intended to be worked on or funded, but it is not listed as not funded. It's listed as having
I will say some of the projects represented in the grid needs assessment are ones that have already taken place, like in 2024, end of 2024, early 2025. So there may be some of that being factored in here, but I'd have to take a look at the specific ones and confirm that.
Commissioner Gilman?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so fair question. I'd say let's take that back and reconcile. I get what you're after. We just note that Mr. Minor is not a witness in the Mountain Energy case, so he's kind of on the spot, not totally familiar with that. So just would respectfully request give us a chance. We'll go back. I get what you're after. We'll reconcile that.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you for that. Let me just go back to my notes for this one real quick. Let's see. I think those are my questions for now, Chairman. If you all want to move on, and I'll let you know if I have anything additional.
Do you want us? I have 2 or 3 questions left. Do you want me to just ask one and rotate back, or does that? Are you not looking for us to rotate back?
I'm fine for you to go for all of them, and if I'll raise my hand if I have an emergency question.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I just had a couple quick follow-ups on one of the questions that Commissioner Gilman was asking. So if I might just throw those in, and then I'm good. But
okay.
Not to bring up the actual numbers associated with any of the confidential substations, but Mr. Mino, can you tell me if, for example, the Ptarmigan substation is one that serves other distribution customers that would fall into that situation where we might see a discrepancy between the numbers? It's a single single bank substation where the substation load and the bank load should be the same, but they were different. I was just wondering, does that fit into that category that you were talking about, that maybe it serves a different distribution utility or something? If that's what I understood correctly.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Can you just describe what the difference is when you're talking about a bank and when you're talking about a transformer?
Those names are synonymous with each other. They're the same thing. Substation transformer, substation bank. We use those names interchangeably for the same asset.
All right, great. Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Just 2 last questions. I'm concerned that there may be supply constraints for critical equipment, including for new CTs and maybe large high voltage transmission transformers, such that it may be difficult to cost effectively obtain delivery before 2029. Given the expected timeframe when phase 2 of the JTS proceeding is likely to conclude, as you know, also maybe issues surrounding the approved 2021 ERP resources. Can I just ask if the company has combustion turbines already reserved under contract? Are you guys in the queue or not?
Mr. Marks, you want to take this or shall I?
Yeah, happy to chime in. Thank you for the question, Chairman. The simple answer is yes. For not to go into more detail, just given, there's a competitive nature to that on the supply chain, given what we've seen with recent world events, but shorter answer is yes.
And is it a similar answer for the high voltage transmission transformers associated with both the 2021 ERP and I guess the JTS too, given the long lead times? Are you reserving equipment for those potential needs?
That's correct, Chairman. Very similar case there. I'd also go on to say as well, obviously being a multi-state utility, we're looking at the total pipeline of system needs, and we're kind of looking on a holistic basis, looking at what the supply chain capacity is that's out there, turbines and transformers, looking at the total need set, and then deploying a supply chain strategy that services that.
Mr. Eiley?
Yeah, I was just going to add maybe just a little bit more than Steve offered on. We have the turbines reserved for our clean energy plan assets that we're planning to bring. PSCO doesn't have turbines reserved for JTS at this point. We do have tools that we have proposed in the JTS, specifically the pre-construction development assets, which evolved out of the last ERP, and you had a hand in creating that concept. So we have that. The challenge with that is that we can't really use it until the phase 2 is approved, the way it's structured. So I would say we're open to thinking about tools that would allow some degree of ability for the company to use its financial, its business model in the way that it does, and create some reservation slots, and not just for gas CTs, but maybe broadly for other equipment as well. And sometimes, frankly, like E&C firms are the supply chain constraint. It's not just equipment; it's skilled labor as well. So we're actively thinking about that. Let me put it that way, without maybe offering a super specific thought.
Well, appreciate that, and just say not trying to prejudge or pre-litigate the proposals in the JTS, but given the concerns about timing and rigidity that you discussed with Commissioner Gilman in the ERP process, the more optionality we can create, I think we'd like to find ways to work with you to do that. Just the timing is just not consistent with what we're seeing in the market. So, Mr. Martz.
And a comment. Thank you.
Proposed Chairman, I had a follow-up for you on, actually for Chairman Blank's question on Ptarmigan sub. So maybe let's finish up this thread, and if it's okay, we just ask that we go back to that, because I think we can provide an answer there.
All right. Did you have more? I mean, that's all I had. I'm just pleased you're preserving equipment, and I don't have more on that unless you do. Yeah, why don't you go back and answer Commissioner Plant's question on Ptarmigan?
Yeah, Mr. Molina. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I thank you. I just looked at my confidential attachment TCM1, and the bank forecast and the substation forecast are indeed the same. I'm wondering, perhaps, did you sum up the feeders on that substation? Because if you sum up the individual feeders and compare that to the substation forecast, those numbers will be different due to the coincidence of the loading on those assets. So I'm not sure if maybe you can just provide me a little more context there so I can ensure I'm getting you the right information.
Yeah, that may have been it. Commissioner Gilman, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't have any additional detail right now. I did have more questions though.
Let me ask my last one, and then I'll turn it back to you. Unless it was on that specific equipment ordering. No. One more question for you guys. We compared, this is on the rate impact stuff. We compared total sales from the 8760 matrices as against the long-term rate forecast model sales in each available year. We found that the sales in the long-term rate forecast model are as much as 10%, 10 to 15% higher in each year. If you could just help us understand the differences between the two forecasts, that'd be great. It looks like behind the meter solar is only about 5% of sales by 2045 and doesn't account for it. So if you could help us with that, that'd be great. Commissioner Gilman?
Thank you. I have a question. I don't see, probably a Mr. Mino question. I don't see costs or really any discussion on distribution transformers. And I was just curious, like, if we're seeing this much growth, this much expansion of the system, if there are costs there that appear elsewhere, if they're folded in with something else, just help me understand if there are extra costs there we're not seeing specifically identified.
We do have the cost accounted for in our 5-year budget. Also, it calls it out in the overall project cost and the grid needs assessment. So we are reflecting the cost of the substation transformers. When we have a single project for like a substation transformer, there's costs associated with the actual transformer and bus work. There's cost for the communications that we bring into the substation for the SCADA system. And then there's cost for the distribution feeders. So there's typically 3 line items for a substation project. So maybe it's just not clear in terms of how the naming conventions are broken out, but they are reflected in the 5-year budget that we filed.
Okay. And I just wanted to understand a little better too, the updates to load steer that have been made since the original forecasting and filing. What's the nature of those? I mean, it sounded like you said new customer applications will get entered, and that's something that gets manually entered.
Yep. So my planners on my team enter those new capacity checks that they have reviewed and approved into LoadSeer. We've actually have already produced our 2025 forecast, so we're on a whole new forecasting cycle compared to what was already produced in LoadSeer for the DSP. So those are some of the examples of changes. There's other ones in terms of there's other assumptions that we've baked into it, but yeah, those are some high-level examples.
Can you give me other examples? I'm just trying to really get a full view of what all has really been updated. We have discrete known new customer loads have gotten added manually.
Sure.
What else would be different?
Any new distribution feeders that we've placed into service since the last year, those will be reflected, the loading pattern on the assets that were offloaded by the new infrastructure. Those 8760 curves will have been updated to reflect the new loading pattern on each of those assets. We've introduced additional feeders that have been placed into service since then. So the topology of the system has changed since the 2024 distribution forecast from that perspective as well.
How many are we talking about? How many new distribution system feeders they went into service in 2024?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. It was pretty substantial. We in-serviced a couple of new substations, at least a couple of new substations, at least 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, but please don't hold me to that. So, and then all the distribution feeders serve from that. So we're talking a decent amount in terms of how the system topology has changed since the 2024 forecast.
Okay. And there's what, a handful of feeders per substation?
Depends on the design of the substation and how many we bring out day one. Typically, we'll at least bring out 2 feeders. Some of the examples that I could think of, I think we've extended 3. So there's feeders from existing substations as well. So I don't have a clear count on how many we placed in the service, but it was, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how many.
Okay, so then those aspects of the system would have been manually adjusted or entered to recognize the existence of the new substations and feeders, which then impacts kind of adjacent or places where power flow would change as a result of these new additions?
Correct. Yep. The new assets are taking on load that has served other parts of the distribution system. So now their loading has been reduced to reflect that, just based on how they're now operating. So those are some major changes in terms of how that's changed.
Okay, but the assets that would see less load probably wouldn't have been identified as upcoming projects anyway, because you kind of knew there was some mitigation that was going to reduce their load, right?
Identified where in terms of
for projects in this DSP.
Correct. I mean, if they were placed into service, there may have been some lingering costs for those projects in 2025 if they were placed in. Our goal is to get projects in service before the summer, so some of them may be implemented now that we know about. Also, yeah, for anything that went into service in 2024, they would not be reflected in this DSP.
Right, but you knew you were putting them in, so whatever other equipment they took load off of has probably not been identified as a near-term project, I would suspect, right?
I guess can you maybe ask that question again? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the biggest impact of this new substation feeder situation would be like on the adjacent or related equipment that got load removed from it.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess knowing that you were concurrently installing this other equipment that would reduce load on that equipment, I don't suspect the things that have seen the biggest load changes due to the new substations and feeders would have appeared anyway as upcoming projects, because you were literally doing a project to remove load from them during that process, right?
I think that's fair. I mean, it depends on how the growth forecast was looking on those new assets or those relieved assets. If new growth pushed them beyond their operating limits, it could have potentially triggered a downstream project as well. But I can't recall any off the top of my head that would have fallen under that kind of category.
Okay. Another question, in the previous DSP, the company submitted a forecast, and the DSP rules require some of that planning, at least, to plan around a forecast and meet state policy objectives and other aspects. Through a workshop in the BE barriers proceeding, the company had stated that they did not actually use the forecast from the DSP proceeding for their actual planning. And I was a bit surprised by that. So I was just curious on this DSP. I thought I would ask, is the forecast you've submitted here the forecast you actually plan to use to plan the system and the construction projects?
Yeah, I think I would just clarify the original portion. The scenario forecast that we produced through ICF was the consultant that helped us in the 2022 DSP. We did not leverage those scenario forecasts to plan the distribution system, but the forecast that we filed in the DSP was what we used to plan the system. Here, yes, we produced 2 scenario forecasts this year for this DSP. Our capacity check forecast, which just contains our known load growth on the distribution system, essentially capacity that we've already allocated to customers through that service application process. We've provided that one, and then we've also provided our base forecast, which accounts for the future growth that does largely align with the state goals and policy goals. So that forecast, that base forecast that contains all those other growth factors, is what we are planning the distribution system to.
Okay. Mr. Pollock?
I'll just add a little bit of additional color there to what Mr. Mino said. In addition to the state policy forecast that we were planning our system to, that was modeled in LoadSeer, we also ran 4 additional scenario forecasts with Kavala. One of those was a calibration using very similar input assumptions that we used for LoadSeer. The other 3 of those was another updated state policy given vintaging, a goal scenario that exceeds the state policy, and then what we called the adoption form trajectory, which was based more heavily influenced by historical trends. And I just want to reiterate that the sort of key takeaway from that process is that if you look at the next 5 years across all of those scenarios, both modeled by the company in LoadSeer and Kavala, it requires similar level of infrastructure investment than that we see across really all forecasts. It's really the tails of those forecasts where you see pretty significant divergence.
Okay, thank you. One other question about the use of load seer. So, you explained that the system risk analysis, the N0 overload and N1 contingency test, and -1, I guess. You can't say -0, so I don't know.
N-0, N-1 is how you refer to them. Yep.
And -0 is still just N.
Yep.
And the mitigation selection process are not conducted in load seer, but by distribution planning engineers who have to account for specific factors, including the nature and scope of the overloads, distribution system topology, and potential options and locations for new infrastructure to alleviate the risk. So I'm just curious, it sounds like the N-1 overload and the N-1 contingency tests are conducted outside of load seer. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. Yeah. If I briefly touched on that on slide 29 of our presentation, where load seer is really just our forecasting tool. It's not like Encompass where it resolves all the system needs through on the transmission and generation system.
Is it incapable of doing that, or do you all choose to not use that feature that it might have?
I don't believe it's capable of doing that. It's really geared towards producing forecasts, scenario forecasts, especially on an 8760 basis. Really, the quantification of those risks we perform outside of it because the tool is not really geared to do it that way.
Okay. And when we look at DCM1 in the DSP proceeding, the attachment to your testimony, and we see the projected loads for each piece of equipment, do those represent the max 8760s that are the combination of the actual SCADA data and the forecasted? That would represent the maximum at any point in the year for where those two things overlay?
Correct. The attachment DCM1 contains the peak, essentially the peak value of the 8760 for each year for each asset, layering on the base load, which is the existing SCADA or the existing loading on the system that we've obtained through our SCADA system. It factors in the capacity check growth as well as the allocation of those 25 different growth vectors outlined in my DCM9 attachment, the technical appendix. Behind that peak value, though, is an 8760 curve for each hour, for each year, for each asset.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I think that's all I got, Chairman.
Well, we had talked about doing a showing of loads here. I think you got 3 exhausted commissioners, and probably your team is pretty peaked too. Can you do something for us quick? What you're thinking, Mr. Eiley, Mr. Larson?
We're here if it works for you. I think, I don't know, David, Mr. Minor,
yeah.
Wheeler, how long does that demo take? I'm trying to remember how long that.
Yeah, we can be very efficient with our time. I think the length is really going to depend on the amount of questions we get during it, but I think we can keep it between 5 and 10 minutes to highlight the critical functionality of the tool and just really illustrate how we use it to generate our forecasts.
Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, would you be all right if we? Yep. All right. Thanks, Mr. Mino.
Great. So right now we have the actual load seer tool up right now. We have it in our dev environment, but nonetheless, we wanted to start on this page here, which is what we call our hierarchy. This allows us to put together the connectivity of the entire distribution system from the operating level node all the way down to individual feeders. And it's this connectivity that allows us to take operating level forecasts and allocate them down to individual premises along the distribution system to create forecasts for distribution feeders, distribution substation transformers, and substations as well. So I'm going down through the hierarchy here. Here you can see all of our 13 different planning divisions. If we drill down further, you'll see that within that plane division, these are all the different substations within that plane division. Drilling down further will further get us nuances around the assets contained within that substation. And we've anonymized this particular substation to avoid having to enter in any kind of confidential information. So within this generic substation, there's 2 substation transformers. Off of this substation transformer, there's 4 distribution feeders. So these dark blue nodes represent the feeder. So we have a connectivity model from our operating company level all the way down to individual feeders that allows us to do this spatial allocation process, which is what we use to generate the forecast. I want to switch over to the typical load year curves. So this is ultimately the output of, this is the actual base load that we develop for the distribution system. So distribution planners on my team generate, or say scrub 3 years of historic loading data using our SCADA system to remove anomalies, to clean up the data set and produce what we call a TLY, typical load year, which is an 8760 load profile in the distribution system. This is essentially the base load that we layer new growth on top of to develop the forecast. So this is using actual SCADA information. There's 3 different load curves here: low, typical, extreme. Low is the 0th percentile, typical is the 80th percentile, and extreme is the 100th percentile, most extreme weather over the last 30 years. So this is a weather normalized load curve that we use to as our base starting point for loads on the distribution system. We produce these TLY curves for all 800 plus distribution feeders and all 275 substation transformers. So there's quite a lot that goes into generating these curves. Switch over to our node viewer page here. So this is kind of a landing page for any distribution feeder. This is actually a real distribution feeder. We just anonymize everything. Here you can see the capacities on the distribution system. As Commissioner Gilman mentioned before, evaluating summer and winter ratings. Right now, they're the same. Something that we are going to evaluate down the road to see if that makes sense as we look at how the ambient temperature affects underground systems as well as all of our overhead equipment. But nonetheless, we keep these the same here. So our normal capacity here is that 75% planned load limit. The emergency rating is that 100% load limit. We're going to skip over to the map window here. So if we click on this map and drill down, this is showing premise level information. These homes are not on that feeder. We selected some random homes so we could further anonymize this, but this is an actual home on our system. If you drill down into the individual premise, you'll see quite a bit of information. We call these services here. So the top line is the existing demand for that individual premise. Again, this has been anonymized to protect the sensitivity of this particular home's usage, as well as all these other services that you see here. So EV residential, PV residential, behind battery system, different kinds of space heating, electric water heating. These are adoption points, essentially. So as we allocate these operating level forecasts down to individual premises, we allocate these forecasts based on the individual technology types you see here, and services, the individual premises that have these services assigned to them are able to adopt those technologies. You'll see that there's a per unit value. So this is the value that those are per device value. So this is what we scale those 8760 per unit load shapes to. We can drill in and look at the actual load curve that's assigned to each of these here. So if this premise were to receive a dual fuel heat pump, it would take this load shape. This is the 8760 that was in the DCM9 technical appendix, and it would scale it to that per unit value on the line in the services page on the previous previous page, to show how much that load growth will increase at this specific premise. Behind the scenes, and we can't quite illustrate that, but there's a propensity to adopt these technologies behind the scene, which is essentially a percentage likelihood of adoption that helps inform that allocation process. Premises that are more likely to adopt or have a higher chance of receiving a specific technology during that allocation process of different technology types. Let's see if there's anything else I want to hit on this part here. So we have, like I mentioned before, there's 25 different technology curves that we allocate. These are a lot of the residential ones here. There's different ones that are specific to commercial, workplace charging, different customer types and different technology types. So as we allocate these forecasts down to the individual premise, we then aggregate these up to the distribution feeder level. So we layer the 8760 curves for these different technology types that these premises receive that are connected to a given feeder. And then we layer that onto that typical load year curve that we showed earlier. And this is all enabled through that hierarchy tab that we first looked at. The output is what we're seeing here. This is what we call our capacity check forecast. So this just contains the growth that we've approved through our capacity check process. You can see there's two lines on the y-axis here. This is the 100% rating. The bottom one is a 75% rating. So you can see that this feeder is above the 75% rating, below the 100%. We do allow the load to grow up to that 100% rating. That 75% is not a ceiling that we stop at, but it's really just meant to help us trigger a project and give us enough time to execute on it. But you'll see that this forecast remains flat beyond the portion where we actually know growth is going to occur. But on the flip side of that, our base forecast, which includes those 25 different growth vectors, you can see that there's a substantial amount of growth that we're forecasting on this feeder based on the spatial allocation of those 25 technology types. And eventually we exceed that 100% rating. So you can see that there's a substantial amount of growth here between the different residential technology types that this feeder is, the customers on this feeder are planning to adopt or forecasted to adopt. So the capacity check forecast is used to evaluate new growth on the system. Is what we call our source of truth when evaluating new capacity requests. This base forecast is what we use to evaluate risk and ultimately drives the need for the projects that we've outlined in our 5-year plan here. Trying to be efficient for time here. That's a high level nuance and the critical functionality. There's a lot of manual steps to kind of prep this and also to kind of get an actual forecast out of this tool. So I think I'll maybe just pause there and see if there's any questions or anything that maybe you're curious on based on what we spoke about.
Yeah, can you just spend a minute and talk about how that leads into sort of the dollar investment decisions and maybe why it's so tough to look at an alternative load shape and get to a different capacity expansion forecast?
Absolutely. If we go back to the actual map showing the entire feeder routing, the way that we use that forecast is we analyze the risk on this particular feeder based on that base forecast growth. Which will materialize anywhere along this blue line, which is the actual routing of this feeder. To come up with a project is pretty unique to this area. We would look at, is there an ability to extend a new feeder from this substation or any adjacent substations? Could we transfer load to an adjacent feeder? There's a table in my testimony that goes through all the different projects that we identify. But you'll see that the topology of this feeder is unique, is specific to this area. So when we look at developing new mitigations or new projects, it has to solve the need of this particular asset. That's what I was alluding to previously. When you look at things on the aggregate, you kind of lose the locational specific nature of the distribution system itself, which makes it really challenging to discern those nuances of it. So when we're coming up with a project to relieve this feeder, we have to route either a new feeder or, add a substation transformer to an adjacent sub and extend a feeder from there. The routing is really dictated by where we can actually physically implement that or route that feeder in rights of ways or obtain easements. We have to contend with existing infrastructure that's already routed through these streets. So it becomes very specific to the asset that we're trying to resolve here.
Couldn't you though just alter the load shape and reduce the sales forecast and see if it delayed the investments you've already scheduled? So instead of having to come up with a new topology, wouldn't an altered load forecast couldn't you just see much more quickly and more easily if you could delay the spending you've already put forward?
Not quite sure. I'm following that question. I mean, we're building out the infrastructure based on the customer and the system need here. Really, how we mitigate the risk is really dictated by how we can actually route the infrastructure to come to these different load setters that are at risk to fully mitigate the project or the need for the system need.
I know, but wouldn't the system need potentially disappear if you had an altered underlying load shape?
I mean, if we go back to the base forecast here, the amount of growth that we're seeing over the 30 years is substantial. It may maybe delayed a year or so, but I don't think that is going to totally eliminate the need. And we also, when we come up with a project, this is just one example. If you look at the grid needs assessment, we can typically try to resolve 5 to 10 risks. It depends on the mitigation we're putting forth, but it's not just one single asset per one project that we're mitigating. We try to fix as many issues on the distribution system as we can for a single project to make them more economical against the risk that we're resolving.
Mr. Pollack, really briefly, I think we're close to the end of our time.
I'll try to keep it brief. Yeah, I think the challenge Mr. Mino is alluding to is that this forecasting process, this is repeated for all 800 feeders and 275 substation banks. So to run that on a system-wide basis and then go through the technical process of doing power flow modeling to resolve the risks is really challenging. That I think is what you're seeing as far as our proposal to model representative projects, where we could show the impact of those load shapes being different. I did want to clarify as well something where I think we created a little bit of unintentional confusion around before, but the 5 years of investment proposed in the company's DSP is reflective of needs that are forecasted in a short time horizon. It doesn't include the impact of projects or loads in the 2030 and beyond time horizon. So we could absolutely do this, but it's a little bit different than the ERP modeling process where we're solving to a single objective. Not only is the number of forecasts that Mr. Mino's team is conducting substantially orders of magnitude greater, but the nature of solving the risk that his team's identified goes through a much more technical process. Maybe to draw an analogy here that might be helpful. There's no generic distribution capacity mitigation. As Mr. Mino alluded to, each one of those mitigations solves a variety of unique and multifaceted risks. It's not like we're solving to a single objective. I don't want to oversimplify the generation modeling process, but there's less objectives that we're solving to there.
Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, any final last minute questions?
I don't have anything else. Thanks.
So just to, yeah, thanks. Just to clarify, Mr. Pollack, what you're saying is, I mean, if we were to look at addressing capacity constraints on a specific component of, one of the 13 distribution systems, that would not, you wouldn't have a way of running that with that energy storage or whatever resource it is on that distribution system to see how that might impact capacity constraints that we see on the bulk system?
Could you maybe rephrase the question? I think I understand what you're getting at, but if you don't mind rephrasing it.
So if I'm trying to figure out if, I mean, I get that the load seer model is looking at 13 different distribution systems. You're taking those projections and I think you're putting that into the Encompass model, and then the Encompass model is telling you what kind of resources you need in various different places across the system in order to meet that load. What I'm wondering is if you were to take focused distribution-based investments, so for example, energy storage or things that might mitigate capacity requirements, mitigate peaks, things like that on the distribution system, that would then reflect in a change in generation requirements or transmission investments on the bulk system. You wouldn't have a way of running that. Is that what you're saying in a scenario analysis?
Yeah, I
I
might
think
jump in here first real quick.
Go
So
ahead.
just a caveat, it's 13 planning divisions. We have over 800 distribution feeders served by over 275 substation transformers. But we, in each of these assets, peak at different times. They're not always peaking coincident with the bulk system. So when we're looking at mitigating distribution risk, we really have to address the local need. Some of that does coincide with the bulk system, but not always. So we just have to be cognizant of that as we're trying to mitigate the local system need here on the distribution system. But may point to Mr. Pollack to maybe add on to that.
Yeah, I think the challenge is that in order to be confident that it's going to resolve a distribution need, the asset or DER that you may be modeling or dispatching needs to be tailored to the specific shape of that very specific asset. That could be a feeder, it could be a substation bank. There's not really a way to model a generic resource on the distribution system, given the unique asset specific nature of every load shape and every profile. While there's some generality there, it's important for resolving distribution needs that you start with the loading on that specific piece of equipment. It is possible to provide bulk system benefits, to Mr. Mino's point, if the load shape is pretty similar between the bulk system and distribution system. But one of the other things we have to be cognizant of as well is making sure that if we're going to use an asset to, say, provide capacity on the bulk system, we're not unintentionally creating a constraint by using that asset on the distribution system. A good example of that would be inadvertently charging a battery so that it can be dispatched for the bulk system in a window that might actually create or exacerbate an existing thermal loading issue on the distribution system. So it's possible. There's a lot of complexity there. As Mr. Martz alluded to earlier, there's not a single modeling or planning tool that co-optimizes economically and from a power flow and technical analysis perspective across generation, transmission, and distribution.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks so much. One last issue on timing. It sounds like on the DSP, the open questions can be addressed on supplemental direct. Mr. Eiley, Mr. Larson, perhaps if there's JTS, you can just modify the testimony that's already filed. Maybe on the similar time frame as the DSP. I don't think we want to order additional supplemental direct in the JTS proceeding. Would that work for you, Mr. Larson?
Yeah, just to clarify, so let's take the DSP first. We would file supplemental direct on the topics in the order, but for the ones that are the subject of the motion for variance on Friday, the 21st.
Yeah.
Right?
And it sounds like your team was okay with addressing some additional issues that came up today as part of that filing.
Yeah.
With some, or whatever, with some understanding that some of it may not be capable of being done on that time frame, as I think Mr. Mino suggested.
Correct. Yeah, and we'll do the best we can, kind of with the dialogue today, to at least put some items in there that are responsive to the conversation today.
I think almost
Yeah.
them are in distribution or in DSP as I'm looking at my notes, but we might have to look a little more closely.
Yeah, I'm not aware of something, Mr. Chair, that affects the JTS, but I may be
Okay.
mistaken on that.
If there is, if we could handle that through maybe a testimony modification.
Sure.
That would, that
Yeah, we'll do an inventory of the items. We'll do our best to respond in the DSP on the 21st to the extent we identify something that changes something within the context of the JTS. We would do a modification to the extent it was necessary, if that approach works for you.
Yeah, and it's the EV managed charging assumptions from Good Enough. I think she had something on 10% managed charging. So that would be the one. If Mr. Goodenough maybe could adjust this, modify his testimony or supplement his testimony, that'd be great.
Yeah,
and
I think getting the actual numbers on managed charging would be helpful.
Yeah, we'll do our very best to do that by the 21st. It's potential it might bleed a little bit, but we'll do it as expediently as possible.
Yeah, and there's there's not going to be an underlying order. We're not taking a vote today. It's not properly noticed. So
understood.
Well, with that, I just want to express my appreciation to the company for enduring this French tribunal approach and helping us. I mean, it's just there's so much in front of us. Our processes can be rigid, and we're trying to just create optionality and understanding as quickly and as best we can. So just a great deal of appreciation for the company mobilizing and helping us move this forward. And hopefully it helps the parties with discovery, with cross-answer testimony, and makes for a richer and better hearing. So, greatly appreciate you guys.
We appreciate the opportunity for the discussion. We certainly recognize these are significant cases. We know that you and your staff are working very hard on these amidst a lot of other things. So the dialogue's helpful in both directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Anything you'd like to add before we adjourn?
No, I agree. Would echo my appreciation of the company as well as to the commission's team for putting this together and really figuring out how to address these two very major filings together so that we can better understand the forecast. And I don't think it would have been beneficial to wait until the evidentiary hearing to get more clarity on how some of these really foundational issues impact these proceedings. So it certainly was helpful, and appreciate you all for participating.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I'd echo that. I appreciate you spending the time here with us today. And, these are two areas of the energy system that are both changing really fast, and you guys are modifying your processes, I know, and so helping us understand how all of this works together is really helpful for us. So I appreciate it.
And I just say the capital spending is unprecedented, and we're trying to do our job to make sure it's thoughtful, productive, and appropriate. So appreciate your help for us in doing that. So Mr. Eiley and Mr. Larson, final comments before we adjourn?
Nope, I think we're all about to turn N-1, so I have no more.
Agreed. Nothing further. Thank you.
On that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.